Everybody's doing well. It's been a very busy week. So much going on. I was at the Charles H. Wright Museum of African American History yesterday for the memorial service for Kwesi Abdul Akil. A friend of mine, you heard me announce that last Sunday. So thanks to Sister Nubia Wardford and everybody for helping organize that. I spoke there. I broadcasted it on my Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network. So you can check it out there. So we have a lot to talk about tonight. If you've been following me on my fan page, The African History Network, you know I've been posting these stories. We have an update in the Breonna Taylor case. We saw that no officers were indicted or charged with her killing, with her murder. And there's some new details that have come out after that song and dance Attorney General Daniel Cameron did on Wednesday. There's some new, very shocking details that have come out also. So we'll talk some about that. Then we have this breaking news story dealing with Donald Trump. New York Times exposing Donald Trump not paying taxes 10 years out of 15. So we'll talk some about that. That's a developing story. And that when you print out that article, the main article prints out as 47 pages. But then also earlier this week, Donald Trump released his platinum plan. This is supposed to be his plan targeting African Americans, and he calls it the platinum plan, but it's really fool's gold. It's really fool's gold. Okay, so we'll discuss those topics and more on tonight's show. Hope everybody is doing well, and we're going to be broadcasting on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and then also on my YouTube channel, Michael M. Hotep, IMHOTEP, Michael M. Hotep on YouTube. Okay, so you can check us out there as well, and we're also broadcasting on 9:10 a.m. Superstation, the Future Radio, on their Facebook fan page as well. Okay, so we have a lot to cover on tonight's show. Look out for me very soon, probably on Roland Martin Unfiltered. I talked to Roland this past Thursday. You know, I used to guest host Roland's nasty syndicated radio show, the Roland Martin Show. Used to guest host it a lot. So I talked to Roland briefly on Thursday. And then also this past week, Roland broke down Donald Trump's platinum plan, which I call fool's gold. I did a Facebook post about it. It got over 1,000 likes, and I broke down how Donald Trump's platinum plan for African Americans is fool's gold. He released it 39 days before the November 3rd, 2020 election. 39 days. Okay. It's an absolute joke. We'll go through, talk about that some this week, and also probably some next week. Now, you know, the past 5 weeks we've been breaking down the 22-page plan from Joe Biden to empower the African American community. Okay, and we'll talk a little bit about that tonight as well. The past 5 weeks I've been going through breaking it down. It's a 22-page agenda. Pages 2 through 11 deal with economic empowerment. It's broken into 6 parts. We're breaking down one part each week. Okay, Donald Trump, I thought he was going to come with, I knew he was going to come out with something, but I thought he was going to come out with 12 pages, 15 pages, 20 pages. He came out with a 2-page agenda, which is the most ridiculous. If you understand politics, it's ridiculous. Okay, what the stuff he's proposing. And one of the crazy things is a lot of his policies and previous actions are the opposite of what he's proposing. But this is a con man. This is a fraud. Okay, so you know, I thought he was going to come with something better than this, but all right, that's what it is. All right, so we'll talk some about that, and I know on Roland Martin Unfiltered this past week, Roland did a really good job of breaking it down, and he spoke with an actual African-American economist. Dr. William Spriggs. Okay, Dr. William Spriggs is a brilliant African-American economist. He actually has a PhD in economics. You don't play an economist on Facebook or YouTube. He's actually an economist. And they're going through breaking down this plan or lack thereof. But a lot of that stuff I already knew. It could break it down also. All right, so we'll talk some about that, and then we'll give an update on what's going on with coronavirus. We'll pass the 7 million mark, 7 million people infected. We're at 204,000 people who have died from coronavirus. Donald Trump still continues to play down the severity of coronavirus as well. He continues to play it down. And, you know, there was an article that I did not get a chance to talk about last week. And it dealt with how the pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic, has widened the racial wealth gap. The coronavirus pandemic has widened the racial wealth gap. When you compare Donald Trump's fool's plan for Black America, when you compare that to Joe Biden's 22-page agenda that came out May 4th, 2020, by the way. So, you know, I posted about, I just find this very interesting. I posted about this on Facebook. A lot of people were commenting. We got over, let's look at this. We got over 1,000 likes on the article that I posted. I also posted a video from Roland Martin Unfiltered. We're going to share some of that video with you as well. But I posted the article from thegrill.com. Okay, because I read a number of different articles dealing with this. National Public Radio, which thegrill.com cites in their article. I read the one from Forbes.com. I read a number of different articles about this. I actually sent one to Roland. I said, Roland, you see this BS? Okay. So Roland talked about it that day. But so this article that I posted, Trump tries to win over Black voters with $500 billion platinum plan. It got 1,200 likes, 1,100 comments. Okay, but I said Trump's platinum plan is really fool's gold. It's a bad joke, and many of his policies and actions are the opposite of what he's proposing. And in the article, one of the things it talks about is how critics have noted that lawmakers have already introduced much of Trump's plan, or it has been opposed by his own officials. So if you actually now, so this plan is really designed. This plan is not for African Americans who can read. That's not who this plan is for. This plan is for white people who are feeling some type of way about voting for Trump because they think he's a white supremacist and a racist and a bigot, which he is. So then they can look at this and say, well, he's doing something for black people, therefore I can vote for him. Okay, and it's for black Donald Trump supporters who people keep looking at him like they're crazy, like, why are you supporting this guy? So then they can hold this up, this 2-page agenda. They can hold this up and say, look, this is what he's gonna do, right? Okay, but his actions in office have been the opposite of a lot of that stuff. Okay, so and then this story breaker from the Washington Post is gonna have him running for cover. All right, so we'll deal with those stories on tonight's show, and those are the two main things. We had a jam-packed show tonight, so. Last week's show, we went into 1 hour overtime, so I really don't want to do that for tonight's show. Ended up being 3 hours and 54 minutes. I'm still editing the video from last week's show. I did a Facebook Live broadcast a couple of days ago on the 25th, dealing with this study from Citigroup Bank, which deals with how racism has cost the U.S. economy $16 trillion in 20 years. Racism has cost the U.S. economy $16 trillion in 20 years. Okay, watch that. We'll probably won't talk about that on tonight's show because I did an hour and 45-minute broadcast September 25th. We have that re-airing on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and my YouTube channel, Michael M. Hotep. I may talk about that briefly on tonight's show. Okay, read that. Go watch that broadcast because I get deep into this and I get deep into history, policy, laws, the GI Bill. We talk about segregation. We talk about redlining. All these policies, government policies that help create this. And this deals with America could have been $16 trillion richer if not for inequities in education, housing, wages, and business investment between black and white Americans over the past 20 years. This is not the past 246 years. This is not the past 155 years since chattel slavery ended, 1865. This is just the past 20 years, okay? So read this, cbsnews.com, and then go watch the full broadcast that I did, breaking this down and provide you with a lot of sources for this information as well. All right, let's see here. So everybody watching on Facebook and YouTube, share this broadcast on your social media platforms. Invite your friends to tune in also. It's been a very, very hectic week as well, you know, dealing with deaths in the family, dealing with friends passing away, brother Akil, Kwesi Abdul Akil, my uncle passed away Thursday, so it's just one thing after another. All right, so we'll talk about those topics, and we'll deal a little bit with this breaking news story. Now, you know, during this week we'll continue to follow this, dealing with Donald Trump and his taxes as well. And I was watching reporting on NBC News, and they talked about how a lot of people who are billionaires, things like this, they knew Trump was a fraud. I told you in 2016, only people think that Donald Trump was a good businessman are poor people and people who don't understand business. Because people who understand business know that Trump was a fraud. Okay? And this right here is crushing to him. New York Times broke this story. Trump's taxes show chronic losses and years of income avoidance. Trump's taxes show chronic losses and years of income avoidance. The New York Times has obtained tax return data for Donald Trump extending over more than 2 decades. It shows his finances under stress, beset by losses that he aggressively employs to avoid paying taxes, and hundreds of millions in debt coming due. All right. And then they also have a good analysis, 18 revelations from a trove of Trump records. 18 revelations from a trove of Trump records. Donald Trump paid $750 in federal income taxes in 2016, and nothing in 10 of the 15 years. Nothing in 10 of the prior 15 years, largely because he reported losing much more money than he made. So they have this 18 takeaways from that as well. So it was somebody to come take Trump away. All right, seriously. But, you know, November 3rd, we have an opportunity to make January 20th, 2021 eviction day for Benedict Donald. All right, so all right. So on the African History Network show, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right knowledge corrects wrong behavior. What you do for yourself, what you do to yourself, and what you allow other people to do to you and get away with is based upon what you think about yourself. What you think about yourself is based upon what you have been taught about yourself. What you've been taught about yourself is based upon everything you've read, heard, and seen about yourself. So when you control the radius of a man's thoughts, you can control the circumference of his actions, because the mind can't do or teach what it doesn't know. Now, we deal with a number of different topics here on the African History Network show. We deal with current events in history, politics, education, economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, relationships, love, sex, health issues, and much, much more. Sign up for our email newsletter. Text the word KEMET, K-E-M-E-T, to 22828 to sign up for our email newsletter. Text the word KEMET, K-E-M-E-T, to 22828. And then also visit our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, to sign up for our email newsletter there as well, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. You can sign up right on our homepage. All right, so follow us on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network as well. Shout out to everybody watching us there, and my YouTube channel, Michael M. Hotep, I-M-H-O-T-E-P. Okay, I know we're coming up. Okay, we're at the break. How much time before the break, Jalen?
1 minute.
1 minute, okay. All right, so Jalen's our board operator tonight, so thanks to Jalen as well. Welcome aboard to the African History Network show. All right, so let me jump in this. We got 1 minute before, but let's do this here. So first of all, I did not expect Daniel Cameron to indict any of the officers, because Daniel Cameron is a black Republican. He's a mentee of Moscow Mitch McConnell, okay, and I knew he was backed by the police unions. I knew he was not going to indict these officers, but the press conference was extremely disturbing because he acted almost as if he was a defense attorney for the officers. But then after the press conference, so the verdict came down this past Wednesday. There have been news stories that have happened after that the past few days where more information comes out. Okay, one of them has to do with the fact that this we found out that there was one witness out of 12 who said they heard the police announce themselves the night of March 13th, early in that morning, March 13th, 2020, when the police entered into the home, break into the home, and they said they had a no-knock warrant. But that one sole witness, they all of a sudden regained their memory 2 months after they were initially interviewed by the police. Originally, they said they didn't hear the police announce. It was 1 out of 12. So Daniel Cameron goes with the one witness out of about 12. The others said they didn't hear the police. We'll deal with this and a lot of other things on the other side of the break. Listen to the African History Network show right here on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation of Future Radio. I'm Michael M. Hotep. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Melanized Media is an independently Black-owned and operated film company. We specialize in producing culturally enriching Black films and videos at melanizedmedia.com. Join us every Sunday for Melanized Nights, where we screen a socially conscious documentary film or Black historic presentation. That's every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. Visit melanizedmedia.com to learn more and to register. That's MELANEYES media.com. Peace.
Al-Cubalan's lifestyle attitude is servitude. They focus on providing you quality products and customer service. They're here to fulfill your African men's and women's clothing, accessories, health and beauty products, essential oils and fragrances, hair care products, and much, much more. Check out their collection of clothing and products for African kings and queens. Visit their website, alkebulanlife.com, ALKEBULAN, alkebulanlife.com. They look forward to serving you.
All right, welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation of Future Radio. Hey, I'm your host, Brother Michael M. Hotep. It is Sunday, September 27th, 2020. And we are live. We're broadcasting on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network. Follow us there. Turn on notifications so you can know when we go live. And then we even have some trolls. Now, let me just warn y'all right now. See, I've got trolls in different area codes. Trolls will get embarrassed. You come on my page. So you come on here if you want to. I've been doing radio 10 years. All right. So you come on here, act a fool if you want to. You ain't gonna be here very long. We've got Sharon, we have Donald, Mildred, Holly, Tamanika, Jay, Jamal, C. Paul, Sandra. Just a few of the people watching us on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network. We also have people watching us on our YouTube channel, Michael M. Hotep, IMHOTEP. All right, Jalen, I just sent you 2 clips. If you could do me a favor, cue up clip number 1 and start that. I think it's like the 4-minute mark or something like that. 4 minutes and 7 seconds in. Okay, let me know when you have that queued up. All right, so let's just recap what happened this past week dealing with Breonna Taylor. This is day after day, more evidence comes out which shows, like Keith Sweat said, something just ain't right. All right, so NBCnews.com broke the story. This is from September 23rd. Ex-Louisville police officer Brett Hankinson charged with wanton endangerment in Breonna Taylor case. Wanton endangerment. So he was not charged. Nobody was charged with actually killing Breonna Taylor. He's charged with shooting into the other apartment near them and endangering other people's lives. These were white neighbors that he shot. He was charged for endangering other people's lives, and no bullets hit the other people. Okay, so Breonna Taylor was shot 6 times, as we found out from Daniel Cameron, Attorney General Daniel Cameron. but nobody is being held accountable for her killing. So one of the police officers involved in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor in her home in Louisville, Kentucky in March, it was March 13th, 2020, was charged this past Wednesday with first-degree wanton endangerment, but the officer whose shot killed Taylor was not indicted. The officer who shot killed Taylor was not indicted. Now, Judge Annie O'Connell announced the charges against the former Louisville detective Brett Hankinson, who was fired in June of 2020 during a grand jury proceeding. A warrant will be issued a warrant was issued for his arrest. He posted bail, $15,000 bail, things like this. So a lot of this is a joke, but this is an example. See, a lot of people don't want to talk about this. This is an example of how elections have consequences. This is an example of what happens when you have a bad attorney general. Okay? Politics impacts every aspect of our life, from the water we drink to the air we breathe to the food we eat. Politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. This is what happens when you have somebody who's a mentee of Moscow Mitch McConnell. This is what happens when you have this black Republican. Now, just because he's a black Republican does not mean he's going to be a bad attorney general, but in many cases it probably will be. Just because he's a Democrat does not mean he's going to be a good attorney general, but we know this one here has got to go. He was just reelected. Oh, sorry, he was just elected a few months ago. The term is 4 years. So people in Kentucky, African Americans and woke white people and others, have to organize, unite, and get rid of this jackass. Seriously. I'm serious. He's got to go. And a lot of people realize he's got to go. So the charges accuse former officer Brett Hankinson of firing blindly into several apartments and recklessly endangering Taylor's neighbors, but do not charge him with firing or killing Taylor. Okay, so a lot of people didn't even see wanton endangerment as a possible charge. It's like, dude, it's like, drywall gets more respect than Breonna Taylor. It's like you get charged for shooting and not hitting somebody, but not charged for killing. Nobody gets charged for killing somebody. Which reminds me of I wrote an article. If you go to AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, you can read articles that I write. I wrote an article. There was a white pastor, Christian pastor named White Mike, I think was his name. He did a TED talk a few years ago, and he was talking about negative corporate controlled hip hop and how it dehumanizes African Americans. And he talked about how you cannot make a hip hop song about killing a dog, but you can make a hip hop song about killing black people. You can't make a hip hop song about killing. You can make one that ain't gonna be released, not on a major label, not gonna have marketing behind it, things like that. If you do, Peter's gonna come after you. It's not gonna last too long. They're gonna pull that off the shelf. You're gonna have holy hell to pay. They're gonna pull that off the shelf. Okay, you may lose your contract, something like that. You cannot make a hip hop song about killing a dog, but you can make one about killing black people. That's fine. So, two other officers involved in the March 13, 2020 incident, Detective Miles Cosgrove and Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly, were not charged. Cosgrove fired the shot that killed Breonna Taylor, according to Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron, but the grand jury considered his action justifiable. Okay, now the grand jury is secretive. A lot of people are saying we need to do away with the grand jury. In just a minute, we're going to go to this clip here from MSNBC. Former prosecutor Yodit Tawalde was interviewed. She's breaking down this case. I know Yodit. She's a brilliant attorney. I reached out to her. I'm setting up an interview with her. It's going to be probably early October, so look out for that. I'll let you know about that. Now, at a news conference this past Wednesday, which I think was September 23rd, Attorney General Daniel Cameron acknowledged that there had been calls for all three officers to be charged, including from calls from Breonna Taylor's family, who had called for nothing less than manslaughter charges. But Attorney General Daniel Cameron said, quote, "Our investigation showed and the grand jury agreed that officers Mattingly and Cosgrove were justified in their return of deadly fire after having been fired upon by Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker. Now, Benjamin Crump, attorney for the Breonna Taylor family, expressed outrage at the Jefferson County grand jury's decision to indict Hankinson Brett Hankinson, quote, for bullets that went into other apartments, but nothing for the murder of Breonna Taylor. This is outrageous and offensive, he tweeted. They did a press conference, I think the day after that, either Thursday or Friday, they did a press conference. We shared that press conference on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network. Go watch that. They're calling for the transcript of the grand jury testimony to be released because it's secretive. We don't know what was said, what really happened during that grand jury testimony. Now, Officer Mattingly's attorney, Kent J. Wicker, said the grand jury's decision not to charge his client or Cosgrove, quote, shows that the system worked and that grand jurors recognized and respected the facts of the case. But we don't know if they respected the facts of the case or not because we don't know which facts were actually presented and how they were presented. Quote, the death of Breonna Taylor is a tragedy, but these officers did not act in a reckless or unprofessional manner, end quote. Attorney Wicker said in a statement, they did their duty, performed their roles as law enforcement officers, and above all, did not break the law, end quote. According to him, they did not break the law. Now, Hankinson, former officer Brett Hankinson was booked in the Shelby County Detention Center and released this past Wednesday afternoon on a $15,000 full cash bond. His attorney, Stuart Matthews said. Matthews said Hankinson will plead not guilty at an upcoming arraignment. Now, I want to go to this clip here. This is from MSNBC. This is attorney Yodit Tewolde, former prosecutor Yodit Tewolde, was interviewed about this case, and also interviewed was Rashad Robinson of Color of Change. Okay, and they're breaking down this case. Let's go to this clip.
When you talk to protesters. Alicia?
All right, Shah, thanks for reminding us what's at stake. I want to bring in Rashad Robinson, President, Color of Change, and Yodit Tewolde, former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney, and senior legal counsel with the Grassroots Law Project. Yodit, talk to me about these transcripts and what you would be hoping as an attorney to see in these transcripts, what light they would shine on what happened in that jury.
Let me just start by saying that the rate of indictments returned by a grand jury is generally 95 to 99%. In Kentucky, that's 98 to 99%. So grand juries are more likely to indict than not. And that's because 100% of what they hear is up to the prosecutor. They determine what documents, what witnesses are called to testify. If there's audio, video, they determine what is presented to a grand jury. So in those transcripts, if they are released, and I don't understand why they wouldn't, you would want to see a full accounting. The comments that the AG made in the press conference after the grand jury's decision was announced was sort of alarming because there were questions that he avoided answering, and then the questions that he did answer about some of the evidence made the public believe that there wasn't a full disclosure of the evidence. For example, he talked about one witness who stated that they didn't hear the police, or that they did hear the police announce themselves. Well, what about the dozen witnesses or so that said that they did not? Were they called? We know Kenneth Walker, the only other person that was with Breonna Taylor that died that night, was he called? That would be common sense to call the only person that was there that night with Breonna Taylor. It seems as though he wasn't called because we kind of know that too. Grand juries have become these tools for prosecutors, sort of a shield for them to hide behind these secret closed-door proceedings. And when grand jurors come back and say, hey, we didn't indict, the prosecutors say, well, look what the grand jury made me not do. And that's just not acceptable at this point. So the AG needs to be transparent and accountable and say, this is what I presented and it should make sense. And he should do this for Breonna Taylor's family. They have a right to know how hard he went, how diligent he was in trying to get indictments back.
Rashad, this process, the outcome of this process, what message does it send?
Well, it's an ongoing message that the system is operating exactly the way it's designed to operate, to not deliver justice when Black people are harmed, hurt, or killed by police, to at every single turn find ways to make the victim the perpetrator, to sully the name of black people when we are killed by police. And that's what we are seeing right now. And that is why we are calling for structural change. That is why we are calling for looking at and engaging with police budgets and downsizing policing in this country. In Louisville, over half of the city's budget goes to policing, over $190 million. And so the black citizens of Louisville who are treated like enemy combatants in their own community, who watch as prosecutors don't deliver justice, who watch like so many of us around the country do. It was just stated how grand juries are used as tools to avoid prosecution. If any of us were sort of brought up on charges, if someone believed that we shot and killed someone in cold blood, there wouldn't need to be a grand jury. They could actually sort of charge us and put us behind bars in that moment. This is a whole system at every turn to protect policing, and that is why we actually have to change the rules, both the sort of cultural rules and the policy rules of how this operates. We have to elect new district attorneys. We have to deal with policing budgets, and we have to hold those accountable that are on our side and take money from district attorney associations, and take money from fraternal order police and police unions who every single turn stand in the way of justice. We can no longer let people say they are our friends by day and take money by those who cause us pain and hurt us by night.
Judith, I hear Rashad talking about systemic justice, and at the same time, there is this case before us, a very specific case of Breonna Taylor. What happens next here?
Well, there's still an FBI investigation. I'm not really optimistic about that concerning the Department of Justice investigation that's still pending, but with William Barr in office, and you can understand my skepticism. But as far as the criminal case is concerned, the only criminal case that will go forward is the one against the only officer that was fired, the former officer Hankinson. So it's for a lower level felony. I predict that this probably wouldn't go to trial. It's probably going to play out, unfortunately. But I do want to add to what Rashad said. It's not just about whether the officers are held accountable with indictments. There were systemic failures leading up to Breonna Taylor's life. I mean, from a judge granting a no-knock warrant with boilerplate language, not even having specific and current information, to how and when no-knock warrants are even executed, to allow officers to roll up in unmarked units in plain clothes and then bust through the door and be able to shoot you and then claim self-defense when you start the gunfight. And so there's so many systemic levels and failures that are at play right now that we just need to make sure at the very least that these no-knock warrants are banned, not just in Louisville, but like every city in this country, because this continues to happen. Breonna Taylor should have never died. Those officers should have never been in her apartment to begin with. And now we're having to deal with the results of frustration of decades of us, hundreds of years actually, of people demanding justice, and people not understanding that have been completely blind or just don't want to see the issue.
Okay, so that's from MSNBC. That is from what day was that? September 26th. That is from Saturday, September 26th.
Okay, so that was from MSNBC. That is from what date was that? September 26th. That is from Saturday, September 26th. Name of that clip: "In my heart, I feel that the police department are murderers. Demonstrators in Louisville, Kentucky demand justice for Breonna Taylor following grand jury testimony." So in that clip you heard Attorney Yodit Tawolde, former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney, and senior legal counsel with the Grassroots Law Project. You will also see her on Court TV. I'm not sure if she's still an analyst on Court TV or not. You'll see her on MSNBC sometimes as well. She's also been on Roland Martin Unfiltered. You also heard Rashad Robinson, president of Color of Change. Now, there's so many elements of this that don't make sense, of this case that don't make sense. And new elements came out in the past few days. Now, they talked about, so we heard Attorney General Cameron state that the officers were justified in shooting because they were fired upon by Kenneth Walker, her boyfriend, okay? Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker. USA Today has this article that came out Sunday, September 27th. Ballistics report doesn't support AG claim that Kenneth Walker shot cop. Ballistics report doesn't support AG claim, Attorney General claim, that Kenneth Walker shot cop. This is from USA Today, picked up from the Louisville Courier Journal. This article is from Andrew Wolfson, September 27, 2020. A Kentucky State Police ballistics report does not support State Attorney General Daniel Cameron's assertion that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, shot at a police officer the night she was killed. Attorney General Cameron on Wednesday said the investigation of Taylor's death from March 13, 2020 ruled out, quote, friendly fire, end quote. He said it ruled out friendly fire from Officer Brett Hankinson as the source of the shot that went through Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly's thigh, prompting him and Officer Miles Cosgrove to return fire, killing Breonna Taylor. Okay, so this is what he said. This is what he said in his press conference. This is what Attorney General Cameron said in his press conference. Attorney General Cameron ruled out friendly fire. He said the investigation ruled out friendly fire from Officer Brett Hankinson. Hankinson is the only officer being charged as the source of the shot. Ruled out that Hankinson was the source of the shot that went through Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly's thigh, prompting Sergeant Mattingly and Officer Miles Cosgrove to return fire, killing Breonna Taylor. Now, the Kentucky State Police report says that, quote, due to limited markings of comparative value, end quote, due to limited markings of comparative value, quote unquote, the 9mm bullet that hit and exited Mattingly, Officer Mattingly, Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly, was neither, quote, identified nor eliminated as having been fired, end quote, from Kenneth Walker's gun. Okay, the 9mm bullet that hit and exited Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly's thigh was neither, quote, identified nor eliminated as having been fired from Kenneth Walker's gun. Okay, meaning that it's inconclusive. It was not identified as being fired from Kenneth Walker's gun, and it was not eliminated as being fired from his gun. But Attorney General Daniel Cameron, said that Officer Brett Hankinson had been eliminated as the shooter because the three officers carried .40 caliber handguns, while Kenneth Walker had a 9mm handgun. Now, Wednesday night on CNN, Stephen Romanes, R-O-M-I-N-E-S, one of Kenneth Walker's attorneys, Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, said that Officer Hankinson had obtained a Louisville Metro Police Department record, said that he obtained a Louisville Metro Police Department record showing that Officer Brett Hankinson had been issued a 9mm weapon as well. Now, this is the first we've heard about this, because Attorney General Cameron did not say that Officer Brett Hankinson, had also been issued a 9mm weapon. This is the first we've heard about this. Read this article from USA Today, usatoday.com. They picked it up from the Louisville Courier Journal. Okay? Wednesday night on CNN, Stephen Romanes, R-O-M-I-N-E-S, one of Kenneth Walker's attorneys, said he obtained a Louisville Metro Police Department record showing that Officer Brett Hankinson had been issued a 9mm weapon as well. Now, Attorney Romanes declined to share the record from Officer Brett Hankinson's personnel file with the Louisville Courier-Journal, and the Louisville Metro Police Department spokeswoman Jessie Halladay, Halladay, said she could release it only in response to an open records request. Now, the Courier-Journal, the Louisville Courier-Journal, is part of the USA Today network, so they filed a open records request to get this information. But the department, the Louisville Metro Police Department, has not responded as of September 27th when this article came out. Now, another attorney for Kenneth Walker, whose name is Rob Eggert, Eggert, provided the ballistic report, which was first reported by Vice.com. Vice.com has been reporting on this, digging deep into this, because day after day, more elements are coming out about this case that Attorney General Cameron didn't talk about on Wednesday, okay, when he acted more like a defense attorney for the officers. All right, and more and more evidence, more and more elements are coming out that say, well, wait a second, something is wrong. So Kenneth Walker said he fired a single warning shot from his Glock handgun while he was in Taylor's apartment because he thought intruders were breaking in. Police said they had identified themselves. They were attempting to serve a quote-unquote no-knock search warrant shortly before 1 a.m., March 13th, 2020, at Breonna Taylor's apartment. Now, the Attorney General Cameron said that the officers had the right to defend themselves. Now, Officer Brett Hankinson, who was fired in June 2020, we know he's been charged with 3 counts of wantonly endangering Taylor's neighbors by firing shots that entered their apartment. Attorney Cameron declined to explain the discrepancy or respond to the 13 other questions about the case submitted by the Courier-Journal. His spokeswoman said Saturday, September 26, that the office was not scheduling interviews and could not talk about the grand jury proceedings because of secrecy rules regarding them. Attorney General Cameron said last week that Officer Mattingly fired 6 shots, Officer Cosgrove fired 16, and Officer Brett Hankinson fired 10, and Taylor was hit 6 times. Attorney General Cameron said FBI ballistic examiners concluded Cosgrove fired the shot that killed Breonna Taylor, but the Kentucky State Police Department could not determine whether Officer Cosgrove or Mattingly fired that bullet. Okay, so the FBI, their ballistic examination saying one thing. Kentucky State Police, as of right now, is saying they can't conclude whether it was Cosgrove or Mattingly who fired the fatal shot. The shot hit Breonna Taylor's pulmonary artery, killing her within minutes. So we know the city of Louisville, Kentucky paid $12 million to settle a wrongful death suit filed by Taylor's estate and agreed to make numerous changes in police department policies and procedures, like no more no-knock warrants, things like this. Okay, now if you read this article, there is a let's see, let's go to this here. There's a link in this article for unanswered questions. This is from USA Today also. The very troubling questions Kentucky's Attorney General isn't answering on the Breonna Taylor decision. We'll post these links here on the thread of the broadcast on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network. Let me try to post this right here. Go read these articles here, okay? Because this gets deep into it. And then also Washington Post had a really good analysis of like unanswered questions and separating fact from fiction. Because with social media, you know, you got people just putting out all type of nonsense. Just like with Botham Jean. You heard me break down the Botham Jean case, and you had people calling in saying that Botham Jean was engaged in a relationship with the white female officer. Absolutely no evidence surfaced even to this day substantiating that, but just people just want to just create their own reality and just run with it, all type of nonsense like this, right? But we don't do that here. Okay, so when when we look at this article here, they lay out, I think it's about 12 or 13 questions here unanswered. Still troubling questions remain about the grand jury's decision. 1. How could Officer Brett Hankinson be charged with wantonly endangering 3 of Taylor's neighbors by shooting into their homes, but not with endangering Taylor herself? 2. Even if Officer Mattingly and Cosgrove had the right to defend themselves by returning fire against Kenneth Walker after he shot at them and hit Mattingly, did they have justification to shoot and kill Breonna Taylor, an unarmed person who posed no threat? 3. Did the grand jury even get to vote on whether Officers Mattingly and Cosgrove should have been charged with any degree of homicide? Or did Attorney General Cameron decide for them that they acted in self-defense? Okay, that's 3. And how much time we have before the break, Jalen? Oh, less than 4 minutes. Okay. All right, the clock is off. All right. So Cameron declined to respond to those and other questions posed by the Courier General, which is part of the USA Today network. Why would he refuse to respond to those questions? He just refused to respond to the questions. In an email, Attorney General Cameron's spokeswoman Elizabeth Kuhn, Kuhn, said, quote, "We are not scheduling interviews at this time," end quote. Okay. She also said grand jury proceedings are confidential, okay, etc. Let me see. Do they have more questions here? Well, okay, yeah, they list some more questions. Cameron's office declined to respond to 14 questions submitted by email Thursday and again Friday by the Courier Journal, Journal about the case. The email Friday was addressed to Attorney General Cameron and to his special prosecutors, Jim Lesuski, Lesousky, and Barbara Whaley, Whaley. So some of the questions, why wasn't charged with danger? Okay, let me see. Let me skip over. Was shooting Breonna Taylor self-defense? They asked. They also have a link in here, fact-checking 8 myths in the Breonna Taylor case. That's a good read as well. Did the grand jury vote on homicide charges? Let's see. Okay, so check that out. Check that out as well. Now, you had this mysterious witness that all of a sudden surfaced Wednesday and was mentioned Wednesday at the press conference. Now, before then, we didn't know about a sole witness who heard cops announce themselves in Breonna Taylor, raid, and it appears he changed his story. Now, a number of different outlets have been reporting on this. YahooNews.com reported on this. We posted an article about this. Sole witness who heard cops announce themselves in Breonna Taylor raid changed his story. Now, this is from September 26, 2020. Okay? According to documents and audio obtained by Vice News, Vice.com, on Saturday, September 26, that sole witness initially told investigators days after the March 13, 2020 raid that he did not actually hear officers Brett Hankinson, Jonathan Mattingly, and Miles Cosgrove announce themselves. He said he did not actually hear them announce themselves. The witness identified by Vice News as Aaron Sarpy, his name is out there in the media, so they're reporting this, so we'll report that. But by other outlets and public records as Aaron Julue, his middle name, Sarpy, Sarpee. He said he was picking up his daughter from a unit above Breonna Taylor's when the raid took place. It was not until he was interviewed a second time about 2 months after the raid by a sergeant in the Louisville Metro Police Department's Public Integrity Unit that Aaron Sarpy said he heard police say, quote unquote, "This is the cops." Now, okay, we're coming up on a break. We'll continue this on the other side of the break. Listen to the African History Network show right here on 910 a.m. the Superstation Future Radio. I'm Michael M. Hotep. We'll be back in a few minutes.
The revolution will not be televised. It will be digitized, coded, and branded. Don't let your young person get left behind. Join Tech Core 2 on Saturday, September 26, 2020 in their 6th straight year, providing tech, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, coding, and Saturday classes. Tech Core 2's mission is to develop a technology pipeline program for urban youth from kindergarten to college to career entry. Tech Core 2 offers 9 different tech classes for students in grades kindergarten through high school, including computer programming, coding, gaming, hip-hop and STEM, and video production. All classes are online with live instruction. To register or for more information, please visit techcore2.org. That's techcore, the number 2.org, or give them a call at 215-879-6701. That's 215-879-6701. Don't forget to grab your $10 discount with promo code TAHN Fall 2020. Yaya Rule is a line of African print-inspired apparel catered to the black community. The pieces include t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, jackets, dresses, skirts, activewear, bags, and other accessories and home decor. This brand offers a revived way for men and women to wear their black pride and honor their African heritage anywhere at any time. This apparel line is for anyone, whether you are working in the corporate world, are an entrepreneur, or an artist. Their selection will allow you to casually let your pride shine or dress it up as wanted. It is for those who have already embraced African fabrics and for those who are just getting introduced to them. Reclaim and experience a part of our culture with rich and colorful African prints. The clothing line and the accessories are available right now starting at $17.99. For more information on the new items and accessories, visit yayarule.com. Sage and Elm Apothecary creates unique products, especially with you in mind. They use simple ingredients such as whole fruits, herbs, and vegetables. Each product crafted offers a unique plant-based experience. Their holistic approach to self-care formulate their product inventory. They're proud to serve our community of plant-based product supporters and offerings for the entire family. Sage and Elm Apothecary designs over 60 different beautifully handcrafted soaps, natural toothpaste, hydrating oils, deodorants, face masks, shampoos, conditioners, and so much more. Visit their website at sageandelmapothecary.com. That's sageandelmapothecary.com, APOTHECARY, and find out about their upcoming events throughout the year. Allow Sage and Elm Apothecary to provide for all of your plant-based needs. Use promo code AHNWinter20, AHNWinter20 for a special discount.
Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM, the Superstation, the Future Radio. Hey, I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, September 27, 2020, and we are live. Listen to 910 AM, the Superstation, a division of Adele Media. See, I can do that commercial also. I have a deep voice. I can do that commercial as well. I do voiceovers. All right, people know that. All right, so the call-in number is 313-778-7600, 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. We'll go to the phone lines in just a minute here. Right before the break, I was sharing this article with you. Now, this is from yahoonews.com. Other outlets picked up on this. At the press conference this past Wednesday, Attorney General Daniel Cameron all of a sudden said that there was this mysterious witness that basically nobody had heard about who heard the officers announce themselves, okay? So out of 12 witnesses, only one heard this. The other 11 said, no, we didn't hear the officers announce themselves. And initially, when this person was interviewed by the police, they said they did not hear the officers announce themselves. But 2 months later, when this person, Aaron Sarpy, was interviewed by the Louisville Metro Police Department's Public Integrity Unit, all of a sudden he got like total recall or something and said he heard the police say, quote, "This is the cops," end quote, according to the reporting here. This is the cops. Now, I've watched cops. I've watched TV shows about police officers. I don't remember the police officers like knocking on the door saying this is the cops. Let me say this is the police. They may announce the police department they're with. They may say we have a warrant or something, but I don't remember them saying this is the cops. Okay, you know, even on Andy Griffith, I don't remember Barney even doing something like that. Now, Sarpy's flip-flop, Aaron Sarpy's flip-flop, according to the reporting here from YahooNews.com, the latest twist in a case that has made Breonna Taylor an icon in the Black Lives Matter movement, calls into question the strength of Attorney General Daniel Cameron's case and the grand jury report, which was secretive. The transcripts haven't been released yet. Release the transcripts. Remember Donald Trump saying release the transcripts? I wonder Donald Trump's going to say, hey, Moscow Mitch, tell your boy to release the transcripts. I wonder if because remember Trump said read the transcripts, right? Obviously he didn't read it. You remember dealing with July 25th, 2019 shakedown of Vladimir Zelensky, the new Ukrainian president, and the White House released a memorandum of a telephone call, and at the bottom of the memorandum it said this is not a transcript, but he called it a transcript. And then he had his followers at his rallies wearing T-shirts saying release the transcripts, holding up signs, release the transcripts. And I think it was Comedy Central interviewed some of them, and they asked, have you read the transcripts? They said no. Should people read the transcripts? Yeah. Have you read the transcripts? No. So I wonder if Donald Trump is going to tell Moscow Mitch to tell his boy release the transcripts. I'm just wondering. So Cameron's so Sarpy's flip-flop is the latest twist in a case that has made Breonna Taylor an icon in the Black Lives Matter movement and calls into question the strength of Attorney General Daniel Cameron's case and the grand jury report, which state officials are demanding be made official. State officials are demanding this report be made official. Now, let's see here. Tamika Palmer, who is Breonna Taylor's mother, said, quote, I never had faith in Daniel Cameron to begin with. I knew he was too inexperienced with a job of this caliber. I knew he chose to be at the wrong side of the law, okay, or on the wrong side of the law. She said in a statement Friday. That was when the press conference took place. She said, quote, my hope was that he knew he had the power to do the right thing, that he had the power to start the healing of this city, that he had the power to help mend over 400 years of oppression. What he helped me realize is that it will always be us against them, that we are never safe. Okay. Now, once again, this is exemplified elections have consequences. Okay. This is why bad prosecutors have to be voted out of office, whether Democrats or Republicans. Bad prosecutors have to be voted out of office. All right, let's go to the phone lines. We have any callers, Jalen?
Yes, we have Theo.
Okay, Theo, this is Theo Broughton, line one. Theo Broughton from Hood Research.
That's right. Follow Hood Research on Twitter. Listen, happy Sunday to you.
Hey, how you doing? Happy Sunday to you too.
Did you hear that the Attorney General is married to McConnell's granddaughter?
Okay, that's false. I haven't gotten to that yet. Heavy.com did a fact check on that. That's false. I'll deal with that next. But go ahead to the next statement. That's not true.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's why you haven't heard me say that.
Anyway. Yeah, right. I noticed. That's
yeah, because I do.
Question.
Yeah, no, that's not true. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, we have been calling friends and relatives that we know in Kentucky as well as around the country because the Congress is divided. House Democrats, Senate is Republicans. And we want to flip the Senate because of the fact that there are two bills among the 430 some odd that have not been presented, and those two are George Floyd bill,
right? George Floyd Policing Injustice Act. George Floyd Policing Injustice Act.
That's right, and then the John Lewis bill to ensure our voting rights. And of course, Mr. McConnell doesn't want either one of those on his agenda when he calls the meetings to order. He needs to be put out of office, of course, and we're encouraging the voters to vote for the Democratic senatorial candidates to help flip the Senate, thereby unifying Congress.
So in Kentucky, it's Amy McGrath. Kentucky, it's Amy McGrath. Kentucky, Amy McGrath is running against Moscow Mitch McConnell. Okay, and McConnell has got to go because you can't even get a reparations bill passed in the Senate while McConnell is Senate Majority Leader. You may not even be able to get it when if he's still in the Senate, because you couldn't even get a Juneteenth. I'll let you finish in just a minute. You couldn't even get a Juneteenth bill passed in the Senate because Senator Ron Johnson blocked it based upon the unanimous consent rule. So if you can't get a Juneteenth bill passed in the Senate to make Juneteenth a federal holiday and give white people the day off, what the hell makes you think you're going to be able to get a reparations bill passed in the Senate? But nobody wants to have that conversation. But go ahead.
Yeah, right. That's right. There are maybe 6-7 candidates who are kind of shaky, but that's why we have been calling around the country, encouraging as many as we can to vote for the Democratic candidates. And it seems to me that our people, and there are people around this country that don't seem to understand that the United States comes under what you said earlier. Mm-hmm. Laws and policies. You named the whole list of additional things. That
laws, policies, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties. First thing people should do is read the U.S. Constitution, because the Constitution is a foundation for all this. Okay, the Constitution created the Congress. The Constitution gives the power. Article 1 of the Constitution gives the powers to Congress. Article 2 gives the powers to the president. The 10th Amendment gives powers to the state. All that comes from the U.S. Constitution. People should go to loc.gov. I'll let you finish in just a minute here, Theo. People should go to loc.gov, which is the Library of Congress website, or archives.gov, which is the National Archives. Because once you understand the U.S. Constitution, then all this other stuff will fall into place. And just incidentally, for about the first 125 years, people didn't even vote for U.S. senators. U.S. senators were appointed by the state legislature. It wasn't until 1914 that people started voting for U.S. senators, because senators have the power to remove a president from office through the impeachment process, and they didn't want senators to succumb to public pressure if they had to remove a president from office. So for the first 124 years, you didn't even vote for U.S. senators. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And so that's one reason why we are calling around the country. The other concern that we have,
just one second before the other concern. Amy McGrath needs to do interviews with African American media. Amy McGrath, who is now State Senator Charles Booker ran. He was a much more progressive candidate. He lost. So Amy McGrath is the Democratic challenger. Okay, Amy McGrath is a moderate. Charles Booker was a progressive. Okay, I understand. I'm for voting for her. I'm not saying don't vote for her. She needs to do interviews with African American media to make her case. Okay, and I'm not saying she hasn't done any interviews, but I haven't seen any of them. All right, go ahead.
Right, I got you. Okay, so that's something else that can put on social media,
right?
Because our young people are not quite clear. They have had it kind of comfortable, not understanding what our parents, grandparents went through, and they have got to learn. They got to put government back into the schools. Well, I believe that Black Lives Matter, but they matter even more when they vote. And the protesters, how many of them are registering so that they can make a difference?
Right.
Because protesting and telling what they want is not enough.
Well, not only that,
you have to learn the process.
Well, everything that you're protesting for deals with laws and policies, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties. Exactly. Everything you're protesting for deals with laws, and the people who you're trying to get to hear you and change the laws were voted in the office or appointed by somebody voted in the office. Okay, so you got to have people. You got to have people in place to properly respond to your protest. Otherwise, they can say to hell with you, like Attorney General Cameron did, and do what he did, because he don't care about the protesters.
Exactly. And that's another reason why social media is important to help the younger generation understand what they're up against and how they can fight it. Now, I guess next Sunday we can talk about this judge that Donald Trump, he's kicked to the curb the Cuban
Amy Coney Barrett. Well, she wasn't in contention. She wasn't the front runner. The one in Florida, she wasn't the front runner. Amy Coney Barrett is nominated by Trump. They're going to start the hearings October 12th, which is Columbus Day, incidentally. Okay.
That's interesting thing is that he never came to the United States or America. But I think she's a little strange. If there are two papers that she wrote, one, she says she's not supportive of felons coming home or any inmate coming home, returning citizens, having the right to vote.
Well,
also,
well, a lot of them don't want that.
Oh, hush. Don't tell that to Michael Bloomberg. He's working hard in Florida.
Well, no, I'm not saying Bloomberg. A lot of those Republicans don't want that. And this is why the Republican state legislature in Florida, this is why they put that added poll tax in to override amendment, I think it was Amendment 4, that got like 66% approval in the, I think it was 2018 election, got 66% approval to restore the full voting rights to ex-offenders, because they know it's 1.4 million people in Florida that have lost their voting rights for the rest of their life. They know if you restore voting rights to those people, it's African Americans and white people, they know they will clean house of Republicans in the state legislature and some lazy Democrats also, but they know they will clean house. So they're trying to hold on to power as long as they can. Go ahead.
And that's what Michael Bloomberg is waiting on and working on. In the meantime, the other paper she wrote says, this is weird, returning citizens should have the right to bear arms under the Second Amendment. Can you imagine a man who has gone into a facility with a gun, robbed them at gunpoint, was captured, charged, sentenced, went to jail, came out, returning citizens having the right to bear arms? That means getting a CCW under the Second Amendment.
Right. So bear arms. Now,
CC,
did she say CCW, CPL, concealed pistol license, or just bear arms? Those are two different things.
Bear arms under the Second Amendment.
But see, if she,
he has a mental condition.
Well, if she's for them being able to, well, she's nominated by Donald Trump, and she may have been on the list from the Heritage Foundation. Now, also incidentally, I posted articles about this. Y'all got to follow me on my Facebook fan page. We have over 1 million followers. The African History Network on Facebook. On September 9th, right around September 8th, September 9th, Donald Trump released a list of potential Supreme Court nominees, potential Supreme Court justices he would nominate. Okay. It was 20 names. Attorney General Daniel Cameron was one of those names. Attorney General of Kentucky. He was one of those names on the list. Y'all got to watch this. See, you got to research the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society, because they're sending these names, these lists to Trump of people to nominate to put on the federal bench. Trump has gotten 216 federal judges confirmed. 2 weeks ago, Moscow, Mitch McConnell, Republicans in the Senate ran through 6 more. And they're trying to run through a few more before they have to nominate, before they have to confirm Amy Barrett October 12th. That's when the hearings start. Okay. Now they have not passed a version of the $3 trillion HEROES Act from the House of Representatives, the coronavirus bill, to restore the $600 a month, $600 a week in federal unemployment insurance, and to fund and to help states that are under the crushing debt of paying unemployment insurance and give coronavirus assistance, things like this. They have not come to a consensus with the House and passed the bill in the Senate to go back to the House so the House can pass it. The House of Representatives passed their bill May 2020 because the unemployment insurance, that additional $600 a week, was scheduled to run out July 31st. Now you got time to run through unqualified, ultra conservative judges, but you don't have time to pass bills to help the people who put you in office. That's why Moscow, Mitch McConnell, a lot of these Republicans had to be voted out of office. Okay, go ahead with your last because I got these other callers, Theo. Is that it?
Oh, I'm fine. Yes.
We up against a break.
I'll tell you the rest next Sunday.
Okay, call me next Sunday. Thanks for calling. Okay, we're up against a break. Let's go to the next caller. Who we have? John. We got John, line 2.
Yeah, Hotel, thank you. Listen, Lindsey Graham's feeling the pressure. He's down there in the South Carolina. He's on the
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, Hotel, thank you. Listen, Lindsey Graham's feeling the pressure. He's down there in the South Carolina. He's on the
Lindsey Graham. Senator Lindsey Graham. He's back.
He said that his partner, the one running against him, the race over double his price. He said money talks. So yeah, he's gaining on this.
Jamie Harrison.
People to $2 and $10.
Senator Lindsey Graham is begging. Yeah, right. Hold on just a second, John. I got it, John. Hold on a second. Senator Lindsey, John, can you hear me? John, can you hear me? Put him on hold for a second. So everybody's saying Senator Lindsey Graham, who is the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. The Senate Judiciary Committee is the committee that confirms that has the hearings for the Supreme Court justices and federal judges. Senator Lindsey Graham is in a knife fight with Jamie Harrison, and the polling is neck and neck. Jamie Harrison is African American progressive Democrat. He is giving Lindsey Graham a run for his money, and Lindsey Graham is scared to death. Okay. This is what John's talking about. Go back to John. Put him back on. Jalen, thank you. All right, go ahead.
He was saying that he said that gentleman is running against him. He said that he got more. He wins twice as more money. And he said money talks. That's what Lindsey Graham said. Money talks. And
right.
So
right.
The gentleman is neck and neck with him. And Ohio, they're going both 4 or 5 points ahead of Trump. So
Biden in Ohio is 4 or 5 points. Biden in Ohio is 4 or 5 points ahead of Trump. Polling came out today. Washington Post ABC poll nationwide. Biden's ahead about 10 points, and they break it down by battleground states also. So that's what you're talking about.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Okay.
And he got them right wing tweets on it talking about Trump. The Trump doctor going to give the African American $500 billion in the next 4 years. And they said, well, why he ain't doing it? Why he ain't doing it now? And they said, well,
right.
It takes time.
Well, we're going to deal with that in the next segment. We're going to talk about that. Right. Well, it's a joke. He called it the Platinum Plan. It's really the Fool's Gold Plan. That's what it is. It's really the Fool's Gold Plan. Because when you go read this, it doesn't make sense. And a lot of things that Trump is proposing are the opposite of what he's been doing the past 3.5 years, and opposite of things he said. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's the Fool's Gold Plan. That's what it is. Go ahead.
And he's trying to bait him and all that stuff. And so they had one of those nights, but after wait. Well, he gonna do it. He'll say he's gonna do it and all that old talk, crazy talk. And the people told him, nah,
right.
Man, he ain't gonna do nothing because he ain't did it in 4 years. And what
right.
What he's waiting on.
Right.
And that's what they would let him know.
Okay,
so,
John, I got it.
I just want to thank you for taking my call. And people do work, man. And knowledge is power. So.
All right. Thanks, John. Thanks for calling. Keep listening. Jalen, we have any more callers? I know we're up against a break. We have any more callers?
No other callers.
Okay. All right. We'll be back in a few minutes. On the other side of the break, we're going to break down Donald Trump's Fool's Gold Plan for Black America. You listen to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM, the Superstation Future Radio. I'm Michael M. Hotep. We'll be back in a few minutes. Are you ready for a new black economy? Well, Happy, The Role of Economics in the Development of Civilization, is a brand new documentary that will set you on a new path of knowledge and enlightenment. The Happy film gives viewers a snapshot of our economic history from the dawn of civilization right up until today. The underlying theme of the film is the interrelationship between the 3 essential components of economics, politics, and culture. Happy brings together the brightest and most prolific minds in the fields of psychology, history, business and politics, such as Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Small, Dr. Julian Malveaux, Dr. Zahi Hawass, and Jabari Osazi, and more. Together, they deliver a message of cooperative economics, financial independence, and a pride that we can all be inspired by. The film is on sale now. It's streaming on all digital formats, or for DVD, please visit Hapi, H-A-P-I, HapiFilm.com. Use offer code HAPI, AHN, for a 10% discount. The revolution will not be televised. It will be digitized, coded, and branded. Don't let your young person get left behind. Join Tech Core 2 on Saturday, September 26, 2020, in their 6th straight year, providing tech, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, coding, and Saturday classes. Tech Core 2's mission is to develop a technology pipeline program for urban youth from kindergarten to college to career entry. Tech Core 2 offers 9 different tech classes for students in grades kindergarten through high school, including computer programming, coding, gaming, hip-hop and STEM, and video production. All classes are online with live instruction. To register or for more information, please visit techcore2.org. That's techcore2.org, or give them a call at 215-879-6701. That's 215-879-6701. Don't forget to grab your $10 discount with promo code TAHN Fall 2020. Gain knowledge in minutes with Blacklist Ed. Blacklist Ed is an app that provides insightful summaries of books pertaining to the Black experience. As Black people, we know the importance of reading books to discover our incredible contributions to world history, to uplift our self-esteem, and to empower ourselves for our relentless fight for social justice. Unfortunately, with our busy lives, it feels like there is never enough time to read a book. Fortunately, there's a solution. With Blacklist Ed, their app provides key insights from best-selling books about the Black experience, therefore saving you time, increasing your knowledge, and empowering yourself through inspirational and actionable ideas. You can read or listen on the go. Start your free trial today by going to blacklisted.com. That's Black without the C, B-L-A-K. Or you can download the Blacklist Ed app from the App Store or Google Play. Blacklist Ed, empower yourself. Welcome back to African History Network show right here on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation of Future Radio. Hey, I'm your host, Brother Michael M. Hotep. It is Sunday, September 27th, 2020, and we are live. Everybody share this broadcast on your social media platforms. Invite your friends to tune in. We have a lot to talk about. You can also watch these shows in their entirety on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, and my YouTube channel, Michael M. Hotep. They are also in audio podcast format. Go to AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, and click on Listen to Podcasts. And wherever you get your podcast from, search for The African History Network Show, The African History Network Show. Okay. All right. So right before the break, we were taking a few callers, and we were talking about the Breonna Taylor case. And then I want to go to this last clip here, then with Breonna Taylor. Then we're going to deal with Donald Trump's Fool's Gold plan for African Americans. He calls it the Platinum Plan. It's really the Fool's Gold plan when you go through and read this. And when you compare that to Joe Biden's 22-page agenda to empower the Black community. Now, you know, the previous 5 weeks, we've been taking one segment of that plan. It's broken into 6 parts. Past 5 weeks, we've gone through and broken that down. Go back and listen to those previous shows. You can also read it at joebiden.com, okay? Because I talked to a lot of people, and they didn't even know it existed. It came out May 4th, 2020. Where have you been? I don't understand this, okay? So, and then next week, we'll deal with part 6. Okay. And I'm breaking these up from the shows. We'll put these on YouTube so you can go through and watch. And we have to be educated on this. When you go through and read Biden's plan, this shows you directly how policies and laws and regulations directly impact the conditions of African Americans. Then the following week, either next week or a week after that, we'll break down Biden's Build Back Better in economic plan for America. Okay. And this all deals with understanding politics. Politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. Politics impacts every aspect of our lives, from the water we drink to the air we breathe to the food we eat. Now, doesn't mean that we don't need economic empowerment. I'm all for that. My degree's in business administration. I understand that better than most people. Taught entrepreneurship for 7 years, managed a business consulting company for 7 years, managed companies where we had contracts with the city of Detroit, county of Wayne. Wayne is the county that Detroit is in, and the state of Michigan. Okay, so I understand entrepreneurship, economic empowerment, and I see the role that government plays also. The problem is a lot of people don't understand how all this connects and don't understand laws, policies, regulations, etc., and how that impacts us. Okay, so I want to go to this next clip here. I think we have it queued up, Jalen. This deals with a new element, another new element in the Breonna Taylor case. This deals with body cam footage that surfaced minutes after the shooting took place, but we were told there were no body cams and were no body cam footage. This is from the Readout, MSNBC, Joanne Reed. Let's go to this clip.
Let's talk a little bit about this case itself. There was some video that came out that was played earlier today on MSNBC, I believe on Ayman Mohyeddin's show, and it actually shows the police officer who was shot in the leg, who took a round in the leg, one of the officers who was not charged. And there's the video here, which was released apparently by the officer, if I'm correct, which raises a question to me. I thought they didn't have cameras on. If they didn't have cameras on and body camera footage, cameras on inside of where they shot Breonna Taylor, how did they get it?
That's a very good question, Joy. What we know is that the cops who actually beat down Breonna's door were undercover narcotics cops. And what they told us, the LMPD and other entities in the city, is that they don't have body cameras because their work is undercover, and having it up here would obviously give you away. What we also know is that immediately after an officer was shot, they put out a call on the radio for what's called a 1030, which is an officer down and a request for anyone in the area to respond. And we know that SWAT and several other police entities responded and that they did have body cam. The New York Times has actually used the local open records law to try to FOIA for that body camera footage. And so far we've been told that we can't have it because it's part of this pending investigation. I suspect that what you were seeing there is the camera of one of the SWAT officers who came in response. It would be very bad for this police department if that was actually one of the narcotics officers, where we have been told, you know, in written letters to not just the New York Times, but the Courier Journal and others, that those body cam videos exist.
Well, if they're claiming that the shooting was completely righteous, what are they investigating is one question. Another thing is that the initial police reports don't seem to have reflected anything that was accurate. It was not in the police reports. No aid was rendered. It seemed that police were not honest about what they put in their reports. And Vice has a piece out talking about how the initial police report actually did not conclude that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend is the one who shot a police officer in the leg, leaving open the possibility it was friendly fire.
So day after day, more information comes out that makes you, this is like Arsenio Hall things that make you go, when you look at the reporting from USA Today, from the Louisville Courier, and Joanne Reed referenced it right at the end, this article that came out September 27, 2020, Ballistics report doesn't support AG claims that Kenneth Walker shot cop. Okay. The Kentucky State Police report says that, quote, due to limited markings of comparative value, end quote, the 9mm bullet that hit and exited Officer Mattingly was neither, quote, identified nor eliminated as having been fired from Kenneth Walker's gun. But at that press conference, Attorney General Daniel Cameron, I don't think he said this, correct me if I'm wrong, he didn't say that Hankinson, he didn't say that Officer Hankinson had been issued a 9mm weapon also from the Louisville Metro Police Department. So why didn't he tell us this? This is an example of how elections have consequences. This is what happens when you have a terrible attorney general. This is what happens. Okay? So keep playing around if you want to. All right. Speaking of playing around, Donald Trump released his platinum plan on Friday, September 25th in Atlanta, of all places. But it's really a fool's gold plan. This is targeting African Americans, okay? It was Degrio.com has an article about this, also Forbes.com. Forbes.com's name of that article, More Than Juneteenth. What's in Trump's $500 billion platinum plan for Black America? All right. And very quickly here, if we look at the article from Degrio.com written by Nye Magee, Magee, we posted it on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network. Oh, people were clowning it. We got like over 1,000 likes on this. We got 1,100 comments. People were saying, don't fall for this. People trying to realize Donald Trump is a fraud. And if you see this stuff, this story breaking about his taxes, this is what I was telling you back in 2016. You know, I was right here on this station day after day in 2016 and on the Michael Imhotep show on the Empowerment Radio Network, warning you about Trump, saying we got to stop Trump. All that stuff I said in 2016 has come out to be true. So I just, okay, whatever. Just want to keep playing around. Okay. In a statement released to the Degrio.com, the Biden campaign's director of strategic communications, okay. In a statement released to the Degrio.com, the Biden campaign's director of strategic communications, Kamau Marshall, Kamau Marshall, said, quote, in 2016, Donald Trump asked Black Americans, what the hell do you have to lose? The answer was everything. Now, you've heard me say that. The past few weeks, I said the correct answer was everything. Okay? Your life, business, your car, your house, your apartment, a loved one, your economy, your health insurance. The correct answer was everything. Donald Trump has been in office for nearly 4 years, and the results have been devastating for African Americans. Trump lied about the danger of COVID-19 and failed to contain the virus, and tens of thousands of Black Americans have lost their lives. 1/5 of the people who have died from coronavirus are African Americans. So you're dealing with about 40,000. Okay. More than 1.5 million additional African Americans are unemployed than at the same time last year, and 400,000 small businesses have closed because of the economic fallout from the crisis. Now, we look at the reporting from Forbes.com. As of April of 2020, 41% of Black-owned businesses have shut down because of COVID-19. They're going out of business. Now, it's probably 50% of African-American-owned businesses. There was 4 million before coronavirus crisis. You lose 2 million, okay? In his little plan, Donald Trump talks about increasing the number of African-American-owned businesses by 500,000. Well, hell, if the reporting is correct, we've lost 2 million. Okay, since like January. So if you're talking about you're going to bring back 500,000 and we lost 2 million, what are you talking about? Come on. This is a plan for people who can't read. So now with 39 days to the election, this is when he released it. 39 days before the November 3rd election, he releases this Roland Martin called the aluminum foil plan. I call it the fool's gold plan, because that's what it really is if you read it. And you compare that to Joe Biden's 22-page plan to power Black America. Now, with 39 days to the election, Trump is making more empty promises. Black voters won't fall for it. They know that Vice President Biden and Senator Harris are the candidates in the race with a real plan to create jobs, address racial equity, close the racial wealth and income gaps, and lower health care costs. Okay. And while Donald Trump fans the flames of race and division, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will bring Americans together to advance racial equity and root out systemic racism. Donald Trump doesn't even want to address systemic racism. Bob Woodward in the interview had to ask him twice about systemic racism. First, he denied that systemic racism existed. Then he said, well, if it does exist, it's much worse in other places. It's much worse in other countries. He doesn't want to address systemic racism. Critics have noted that lawmakers have already introduced much of Donald Trump's plan, or it has been opposed by his own officials. Critics have noted that lawmakers have already introduced much of Donald Trump's plan, or it has been opposed by his own officials. Senator Kamala Harris, for instance, introduced legislation over the summer to make Juneteenth a national holiday. The Degrio reported on this, but it was blocked by Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican from Wisconsin. who's an ally of Trump. So Trump is saying he's going to make Juneteenth a national holiday. Why didn't you tell Ron Johnson to stand down when they were trying to get it passed in the Senate? Because Ron Johnson blocked it. Together with my colleagues, Cory Booker, Tina Smith, and Ed Markey, we are proposing that Juneteenth be a national holiday, Senator Kamala Harris said in June, quote, and we are dropping that bill saying that Juneteenth should be a national holiday. Okay, they're releasing the bill. I want to go to this clip here from Roland Martin Unfiltered. This is from September, that Friday, I think, September 25th, 2020, I think it was. This deals with Trump's Black Agenda Platinum Plan. It should be called the Aluminum Foil Plan. Let's pick this up already in progress. We have that clip, Jalen?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to that clip.
All right, folks, we're going to further continue our deconstruction of this Platinum Plan with economist Dr. William Spriggs, of course, economist with the AFL-CIO, also Howard University. All right, Bill, so let's first of all, it's an insult, the name of this, the Platinum Plan. I guess he thinks that's going to appeal to black folks who like diamonds, gold, and platinum. So let's just sort of deal with that. But I want to take this thing through, and I want to go one by one because I'm calling this a deconstruction for a reason, because we did the exact same thing with Joe Biden's plan, where we went through this whole deal and we laid out exactly in terms of what it calls for. And so let's deal with this that he's touting. First of all, we're going to go to the first thing, 3 million jobs. He said, let's just pull the other graphic up, y'all. It's between the two. Go there. First, 3 million new jobs for the black community. Did he say how that's going to happen?
No, he didn't. But let's remember he's in the hole because we have fewer jobs than he took office right now.
He took office and black unemployment was 7.5%. It dropped down to what, 5% in late 2019. Right now, unemployment is what, 13%?
Yes.
Right. So the point
that you tell me at halftime we were ahead.
Right. So it was 7.5% in. It was here. Now it's 13%. So when you say I'm going to add 3 million new jobs, all you doing is talking about I'm going to replace what we lost.
What he lost.
What he lost. Right. Since he wants to claim everything. All right. Next one. He said create 500,000 new black-owned businesses. How?
He doesn't say how he's going to do it. If he doesn't address discrimination in lending, he can't. And we saw what his Treasury Department did. The payroll protection program rolled out, and black businesses were disproportionately hurt because their competitors got loans, they did not. And we know that within that short space of time, we lost a way disproportionate share of black jobs, while his Treasury Department did nothing. Took Congress to come back, reauthorized the PPP program and directed the money went to CDFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions, depository institutions, so that the money would get to black businesses. $1 late.
But here's the other deal. But we've also we're losing
to just keep the number of businesses, and he failed.
We've been losing businesses because of COVID, and so when you say you're going to add 500,000, same thing. You're trying to add what we actually lost. So let's go to the guys. Pull the next one up. Put the graphic up, please. Come on. I need the graphic. Come on, the graphic, please. Thank you. Thank you. That one. Increase access to capital in black communities by almost $500 billion. Okay, but here's the piece. Y'all, read the details. Come down to my graphic, please. Where the $500 billion comes from is the infrastructure funding that will lead to widespread growth in the annual $500 billion. He's talking about the same money. So
that's right.
That's not $500 new billion. He's like, I'm just touting What is over here in an infrastructure plan?
But that's infrastructure. That's not to black businesses.
Precisely. Keep going. That's just again, be real. That item on the I think urban neighborhoods with the highest food standards, that's a waste of my time.
Hey,
but you know what? Let me just
pause it right there,
David. So let me go right down to that one.
Jay, pause it right there. Okay. So watch that clip. We're going to post a link here, and it was already on our Facebook fan page. This is from Roland Martin Unfiltered. Trump Black Agenda. Watch that clip. We're going to post a link here, and it was already on our Facebook fan page. This is from Roland Martin Unfiltered. Trump Black Agenda Platinum Plan should be called the aluminum foil plan. If we look at the article from Forbes.com, now first of all, this plan is 2 pages. Okay, Trump's been in office 3.5 years. I thought he was going to come with 12, 15, 20 pages. He came out with 2 pages. Now, didn't Stormy Daniels say he was a 2-minute brother? Doesn't he have like a 2-year-old toddler? Maybe that's why he came out with 2 pages. Let's look at this article. We'll go back to the clip in just a minute. Let's look at this article here from Forbes.com. More than Juneteenth, what's in Trump's $500 billion platinum plan for Black America? This is from September 25th, 2020. So Donald Trump gave a speech at the Black Voices for Trump rally in Atlanta on Friday, September 25th. Trump's proposed plan, which purports to be built on 4 pillars of opportunity, security, prosperity, and fairness, calls for a range of measures in support of the black businesses and family, including the plan, $500 billion capital investment, which is part of transportation. A lot of this stuff doesn't make sense. It's very, very vague. It's very, very vague. You read Biden's plan. Biden's plan is much more detailed and is much more targeted to the African American community. Even though they may talk about people of color, minorities here and there, is much more targeted. And the first page deals with the impact that coronavirus has had on the African American community. Trump doesn't even want to deal with that. At the very same time, Donald Trump's Attorney General is in court to repeal the entire Affordable Health Care Act, including pre-existing conditions, because that case goes before the U.S. Supreme Court November 10th, 2020, a week after the November 3rd election. The Affordable Health Care Act gave health care to 3 million non-elderly African Americans who did not already have health care. So while Donald Trump is talking about putting out this fool's gold plan, talking about what he's going to do for African Americans, but he hasn't done it in the past 3.5 years. Okay? And a lot of these policies are the opposite of what he's been proposing. Because like when you look at criminal justice, right? How do you talk about criminal justice reform, but you nominated 2 attorney generals who are against criminal justice reform? Attorney General Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III and Attorney General William Barr. They're both against criminal justice reform. Not only are they against criminal justice reform, when you go study 2015, when Democrats and Republicans in the Senate tried to get an earlier version of what became known as the First Step Act passed, Jeff Sessions and Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas blocked it in the Senate. That wasn't something Trump thought up. No, they tried to get that passed under President Obama. Jeff Sessions was one of the ones who blocked it in the Senate. That's why it didn't pass. There was bipartisan support between Republicans and Democrats in the U.S. Senate to pass an earlier version of the First Step Act under President Obama. So if you're for criminal justice reform, Trump, why would you nominate a guy who blocked an earlier version of the First Step Act in the Senate and who's against criminal justice reform? One of the first things Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III did as Attorney General was to reverse the 2013 initiative from Attorney General Eric Holder that was called Smart on Crime. Smart on Crime. What that did was back off of charging low-level nonviolent drug offenders with the longest, harshest sentences. Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III reversed that. So if you're for criminal justice reform, why would you nominate the Attorney General as against criminal justice reform? Another thing that Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III did as Attorney General was he backed off of doing the investigations into the patterns and practices of police departments. Because there were more investigations into the patterns and practices of police departments under the Obama administration
than any previous administration. There was like 24, 25 that led to 14 or 15 consent decrees. Another thing that Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III did as Attorney General, nominated by Donald Trump, who's against criminal justice reform, both of them really against criminal justice reform. Another thing that Sessions did was he tried to back out of the consent decrees with the Chicago Police Department and the Baltimore Police Department that were entered into by the Obama Department of Justice with those respective police departments. He tried to back out of those. A federal judge would not allow the Trump Department of Justice to back out of those. Okay? And then under Attorney General William Barr, they basically stopped doing investigations into the patterns and practices of police departments to bring about any type of reform in those police departments. But you say you're for criminal justice reform. Another thing Trump did was, in August of 2016, the Obama administration announced that they were not going to renew federal contracts with private prisons for federal prisoners. They can't abolish them for state prisons because of the 10th Amendment. States have enormous rights. Now, the state of California abolished them. Governor Gavin Newsom in late 2019 signed a bill that passed the state legislature to abolish privatized prisons in the state of California. States can abolish privatized prisons state by state. At the federal level, they can abolish them for federal contracts. But the federal level, you see, you get into this is why you have to understand the U.S. Constitution. You get into this whole fight over states' rights. This is the whole thing. So the 10th Amendment gives enormous power to states. This is why when we deal with policing and control over policing, states and local government have more control over policing than the federal government. There's some things that you can do at federal government, but the majority of the control is over state at the state and local level. Governor, state legislature, county, and local level. Okay? So this is why you have to understand the Constitution and law and who has control over what, to understand who to put pressure on to get what it is that you want. So August of 2016, when that announcement comes out from the Obama administration, the stock prices of Core Civic and Geo Group take a huge hit. AtlantaBlackStar.com has an article about this. You can go research all this. Okay? Core Civic and Geo Group are the two largest owner-operators of privatized prisons in the country. Core Civic used to be called Corrections Corporation of America. Geo Group used to be called Wackett Hut. Those two donated almost $600,000 to Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. Then after he gets elected, then they get very lucrative contracts to house migrants coming into this country through the southern border. That's a whole nother conversation, because it's a $1 billion industry of housing migrants coming to this country, and a lot of these private prison corporations are getting it, because when you really do the research, the privatized prisons were losing money under the Obama administration. Why? Because the U.S. prison population dropped to its lowest point in 20 years in December of 2015 under President Obama. Nobody wants to talk about this. I don't understand. There have been articles written about it. Why people don't want to talk about this, I don't understand this. December 2016, the Department of Justice report came out that talked about how the U.S. prison population dropped to its lowest point in 20 years. Privatized prisons were losing money under Obama. This is why they supported Trump, because Trump said he supported privatized prisons. You got to connect the dots and follow the money. Okay, so how are you going to be for criminal justice reform when you reverse the Obama administration initiative to get rid of federal contracts, to get rid of, to not give federal contracts to privatized prisons? You're against holding police accountable. You're against investigations into the patterns and practices of police departments. Okay, but you give a presidential pardon to Alice Johnson after she spoke at the last day of the Republican National Convention. Okay, you gave her a commutation in mid 2018. You could have given a pardon then, but you didn't do it. So this is just smoke and mirrors. This is for people that can't read. This is smoke and mirrors right here. I'm looking at this. I'm like, does he really think we're this stupid? So going back to this article from Forbes.com, included in the plan is a call for almost $500 billion capital investment. That's part of the transportation transportation bill. Now he walked out of negotiations for a transportation bill in early 2019, which led, well, actually late 2018, like December 2018. That led to the partial shutdown of the government. Okay, remember that? There were 3 government shutdowns in the first 2 years under Trump, and Republicans controlled the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, and they controlled the White House. And there were 3 government shutdowns. Right there, that should tell you he don't know what the hell he's doing. So Trump also called for 500,000 new black businesses. That's a joke, because we've lost about almost 2 million just since January because of coronavirus, and 3 million jobs for black Americans. Okay, unemployment rate for African Americans is about 13%. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how many there are 30 million people who have filed for unemployment for the first time in like past 28 weeks. Okay, I have to look at BLS.gov, Bureau of Labor Statistics, to get the actual amount, because I know it's probably maybe 4 or 5 million African Americans that have lost jobs. It's about 12 million people who have lost their health insurance because they lost their job also. Okay, go to BLS.gov, Bureau of Labor Statistics website, and you can actually read the unemployment report that comes out. Well, you can read the jobs report that comes out the first Friday of each month. You can read the unemployment report that comes out every Thursday morning about 8:30 a.m. So you see me posting articles from NBC News and Washington Post about the unemployment numbers. Those are first-time unemployment. Those are first-time filings for unemployment that took place the previous week. All this deals with laws and policies that impact the economy. This is why I tell people in 2016 who said we don't need to vote, we just need to invest in the stock market and do economic empowerment, you know, things like that, build businesses, 5-story buildings. I said, that's good. I'm all for that. That's good. But you also need, but politics impacts the economy that your black-owned business operates within. So what we should have been talking about is electing a president who's going to protect the economy that our black-owned businesses operate within, so we don't have a catastrophe like this, and you got 30 million people who lost their jobs in about 28 weeks, and we lost about 2 million black-owned businesses. Okay, and it's estimated that half of these jobs that are lost are not coming back. We haven't seen the worst of it, because there's going to be massive evictions coming in the next few months, massive evictions and foreclosures. We haven't even seen the worst of it. So so we have to understand about protecting gains that were made and also protecting the economy that our businesses operate within. This is why it's important who you vote for the U.S. Senate, because they're voting on the coronavirus bill, or not voting on it, trying to push through unqualified conservative judges being led by Moscow Mitch McConnell, Republicans in the Senate. Okay, all this deals with politics. Politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, palm resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. So if we look some more at this article from Forbes.com, Trump's proposal also references vague commitments for increases in black employment and home ownership, offering very little details on both. He doesn't want to address redlining, all this stuff. Biden addresses redlining in his plan. Also, Biden addresses reparations. In, I think it's part 6 of his plan. Biden supports H.R. 40. It's in his agenda. Trump is against reparations, doesn't support H.R. 40. Moscow Mitch McConnell has already said reparations is dead on arrival in the U.S. Senate. So when I hear people say reparations now, reparations from who? Trump? McConnell? If you understand Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, reparations has to pass through both chambers of the legislative branch of government. The U.S. House of Representatives, U.S. Senate. Reparations now from who? It doesn't make sense. This is why you have to understand the process to get what it is you want. It's a legislative process. This is why a couple weeks ago when I talked about understanding how to make legal arguments for reparations, in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution lays the foundation for a legal argument, which led to the abolishment of the international transatlantic slave trade by the U.S. Congress, March 2nd, 1807. History.com has articles about this. They have it at archives.gov. That law went into effect January 1st, 1808, as stipulated by Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution. And then when you study the Amistad case of 1841, the U.S. Supreme Court case of the Amistad, and those Africans, Josephson Q, and those other Africans on that slave ship were set free. They were given their freedom by the U.S. Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that it was illegal for that ship to come into U.S. waters in the first place because it violated federal law, which is rooted in the Constitution. So Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution tells you that the U.S. Constitution, all the previous treaties and all the subsequent treaties are the supreme law of the land. So if you go to lawmakers arguing reparations, you don't go arguing morality, you go arguing law. The foundation's in the Constitution. There are court cases to back this up. The Amistad case is at archives.gov, landmark U.S. Supreme Court case. But if you don't understand history and law, you don't understand all of this and understand how to make the argument. So we have to understand what is the process, the legislative process in the House of Representatives and the Senate, and be signing law by president. But it ain't going to come from this president because it's not going to pass the Senate. Not with McConnell there. He already told you it's dead on arrival. And Trump ain't going to sign it into law, even if it does. How much time we have left, Jalen? 1 minute. All right. So we're going to continue this discussion for a little while longer on our social media platforms. The African History Network on Facebook. The African History Network on Facebook. And Michael M. Hotep on YouTube. IMHOTEP. If you like this type of information, you can donate to the African History Network. $ the AHN Show through Cash App. $ the AHN Show through Cash App or PayPal. PayPal.me / the AHN Show. PayPal.me / the AHN Show. Remember, at the African History Network, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world. Also, Heavy.com. Read the article from Heavy.com. Mackenzie Evans, Daniel Cameron is not married to Mitch McConnell's granddaughter. That is false. That's why you haven't heard me talk about it. Read the article from Heavy.com. They break this down. McConnell was at Daniel Cameron's wedding because Daniel Cameron was McConnell's legal counsel from 2015 to 2017. McConnell is his mentor. Okay, but he's not married to his granddaughter, and he's none of that. That's just social media nonsense once again. Okay, right now it's correct wrong behavior. It's not over till we win. Wakanda forever. Stay tuned for Pastor Mo, and we'll talk to you next week. Follow me on my social media platforms. Peace. All right, stand by, everybody. Let me disconnect here. Stand by. Let me disconnect from the radio station. We'll continue for a little while longer. Oh, what the hell? How's everybody doing? Stand by. We're going to continue. Okay. It should disconnect. All right. Read the article from Forbes.com dealing with Trump's Fool's Gold plan. Now, he also said that he was going to, Trump is also proposing prosecuting the KKK and Antifa as terrorist organizations. Okay? But Trump doesn't mention the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys. He doesn't mention these white supremacist organizations. Now, his FBI director, Christopher Wray, was testifying in front of Congress a couple weeks ago, and he talked about how these white supremacist organizations were like the biggest threat to America. Now, Antifa is not an organization. Antifa is an ideology. Antifa is not an organization. Okay? So Trump ignores the Boogaloo Boys and the Proud Boys and these other white supremacist organizations that show up to these rallies with assault rifles, things like this. He ignores them and he focuses on Antifa and the KKK. That doesn't make sense either. Okay? Federal law officials have identified these other white nationalist organizations as key proponents of race-based hate in America. Now, the announcement of the so-called Platinum Plan comes after Donald Trump tried to use a variety of tactics to woo African-American voters. He has used executive orders, pardons, and over-the-top rhetoric in which he has compared himself to Abraham Lincoln to attract the attention of skeptical African-American voters. Now, this is after he said that Frederick Douglass is being recognized more and more each day. Okay, remember that? That was like 2017. African American History Month celebration at the White House. Okay, so Donald Trump has used executive orders, pardons, and over-the-top rhetoric in which he compared himself to Abraham Lincoln to attract the attention of skeptical African American voters. There were also several African American speakers during the Republican National Convention who tried to make the case for why Trump is better for Black America than Biden. One of them was Daniel Cameron, Attorney General, all right, who refused to prosecute the officers who were involved in killing Breonna Taylor. One of those people that spoke at the Republican National Convention, one of those African Americans, was Daniel Cameron, Attorney General of Kentucky. Now, Donald Trump struggles with the African American community. These struggles are well known. He received just 8% of the African American vote in 2016, and a poll this week by Quinnipiac University found that only 10% of African American voters plan to support Trump in November. A January poll by the Washington Post found that approximately 83% of African Americans believe that Donald Trump is a racist and have helped fan racial tensions. Okay, that poll taken before this summer's widespread protests over police racial justice showed the strong headwinds that Donald Trump already faced in convincing African American voters to support him. No doubt this summer's protests and even the most recent outcry over a Kentucky grand jury's decision related to the death of Breonna Taylor have further added to his challenges. But by rolling out his platinum plan for America, at the very least, critics can't say that Trump tried to use the federal pocketbook to try and convince Black voters to support him. While it is doubtful it will work, it's a joke. Okay, you can read it at Donald Trump's website. When you read these articles, they have the link to it is 2 pages. Okay, I want to go back to let's try to go back to this clip here from Roland Martin Unfiltered. Let me pull it back up because we disconnected from the radio station. So I do 2 hours on radio here in Detroit. I've been doing radio 10 years. On 910 AM, the Superstation, the Future Radio. I've been doing 4 years there. Okay, and I used to do Nasty Syndicated Radio. I used to guest host Roland Martin's Nasty Syndicated Radio show a lot, the Roland Martin Show. We're going to pick this back up. Roland Martin is speaking with economist Dr. William Spriggs. Now, Dr. William Spriggs is actually an economist. He does a PhD in economics, okay? And he teaches at Howard University. And he's also the economist for one of the labor unions. I forgot which one. I want to go back to this clip. Now, in the beginning of this clip, we'll post a link here. You can watch it in its entirety. We already posted it on our Facebook fan page. In the beginning of this clip, Roland speaks with Dillard University President Walter M. Kimbrough, and they're dispelling the myth that Donald Trump saved HBCUs with signing the bill. Okay, and in a nutshell, what the funding was, the bill came from Representative Alma Adams, who's a member of the Congressional Black Caucus. The bill passed the House of Representatives and the Senate. The bill had a veto-proof majority in the House and the Senate. That means that if the president vetoed the bill, you need a 2/3 majority in the House and the Senate to override a presidential veto. Okay? They had a veto-proof majority in both chambers of the legislative branch of government. Instead of Donald Trump vetoing the bill, then the legislative branch overriding his veto, which probably would have attracted more attention to it, what he did was he signed the bill into law, and then credit for signing the bill into law. But 1, it wasn't your bill. 2, that's not something that you ran on in 2016. 3, there was a veto-proof majority, so it was going to become law even if you vetoed it. Okay, this is what they break down and explain in the first part of this clip. Okay, so let's go back just for the sake of time. I'm trying to skip over this because we're going to deal with Trump's taxes here in just a minute here. Let's pick this up. I'm not sure where we are. Okay, hold on. Let me back. Okay.
Just a second. Okay, let's go back to this here.
Face a time we lost a way disproportionate share of black jobs, while his Treasury Department did nothing. It took Congress to come back, reauthorize the PPP program, and direct the money went to CDFIs, community development financial institutions, and minority depository institutions, so that the money would get to black businesses. $1 late.
But here's the other deal. But we've also we're losing
an opportunity to just keep the number of businesses, and he failed.
We've been losing businesses because of COVID, and so when you say you're going to add 500,000, same thing. You're trying to add what we've actually lost. So let's go to the guys. Pull the next one up. Put the graphic up, please. Come on, I need the graphic. Come on, the graphic, please. Thank you. Thank you. That one. Increase access in black communities by almost 500 billion. Okay, but here's the piece, y'all. Read the details. Come down to my graphic, please. Where the 500 billion comes from is seeking infrastructure funding that will lead to widespread growth in the annual 500 billion federal contracting opportunities. He's talking about the same money. So
that's right.
That's not 500 new billion. He's like, oh, I'm just touting what is over here in the infrastructure plan.
But that's infrastructure. That's not to black business.
Precisely. Keep going. That's just again, looking people through. Next item on the graphic. All right. Safe urban neighborhoods with the highest policing standards. That's a waste of my time. But you know what? Let me just do this here. Now, let me give my deal here. So let me go right down to that one. So here's what's quite interesting about that. Because this is the detailed plan that I have right here. So he says that, y'all gonna love this one. National Clemency Program got this is right here. Restore safety to America's great cities by working with police departments. I'm gonna bring in Rob and Amisha right here as well. And accountable models of policing, including diversity training and accreditation standards. Rob, how can you say you're going to have diversity training for cops when you just got rid of diversity training on the federal level?
I was going to make that point. You know, he has an executive order getting rid of diversity in training, and he has an executive order where he doesn't want us to tell the truth about history. He says, so we don't want to deal with the fact that we've had racism. And he says this line in his executive order that says, you know, the Civil War dealt with this, and people are acting as if we were built on a racist country. We were, and we still haven't gotten rid of a lot of things, and we need to deal with it and really tell the truth about it. So he's not even telling the truth of history. He doesn't care about diversity in training. He's doing this to make some white people, and I guess the few black people that are supporting him, feel like they have something to talk about. Like, okay, we know you're saying racist stuff. We know you've done all this stuff. So we got to have something. And now he can just give them this talking point, like, I'm going to help black people by doing this. The man has been there for 4 years, and you're going to tell me 45 days before the election you got your black plan? You could say black people now? I mean, I'm just saying.
Amisha, I'm looking here again under this whole deal of fueling access to capital for black-owned businesses. He says increase opportunities for small business lending and community development financial institutions in order to grow business and create generational wealth opportunities with over $400 billion in lending. Then he says, examine alternative ways to build credit, including rent, utilities, and phone bills. Make the Minority Business Development Agency permanent. Appoint its leader to the Assistant Secretary of Commerce level. Create a sub-office of African American Affairs and engage with private sector advisors to ensure real-world plans and solutions. Increase the number of black-owned contracting businesses, financial services entities, and private equity investment funds through regulatory reform and up to $40 billion in government funding alongside traditional private investment. Advance lending relationships with financial institutions, particularly those businesses who weren't able to participate in PPP. Host senior executives from major financial institutions on a quarterly basis to advance new and equitable lending programs for black communities. All of this stuff that he said that he wants to do in the second term, he hasn't done in the first term.
He could have done it first. He could have done it in first. Hell, he could have ran on it in the first term. He did not. President Trump, who also, be mindful of people, he also already has the Senate. He could have done it immediately. A law could go. Like, there's nothing stopping him from doing any of this. But to the point mentioned a minute ago, we have a president who is now listing off things that run in direct contrast to the things that he says on his stump speeches. He's not somebody who cares about race and equity. He thinks of those things as unpatriotic, and if you talk about them, then you're not American. He does not care about lending practices that disproportionately affect African Americans. We've seen that in sit-down conversation with NAACP or National Urban League when both of them and their CEOs have spoken to these issues directly and have plans that I believe it looks like he lifted literally out of those plans some of the language that he's using within this new very odd framework of this platinum plan, which sounds a little sketchy in and of itself. But I think that what President Trump is doing, and it's not to get the black vote, he already knows that that's not really going to happen for him. What he is trying to do is to mitigate some of the disastrous commentary that he's had and make some white people feel uneasy, particularly some white suburban women. So when you talk about there being this racist rhetoric and you talk about there being, all of the issues that the Black Lives Matter movement has brought to the forefront, there's a president who now is saying, means testing, and through hearing a lot of what, the white people in the street who are holding BLM signs are saying, is that, hey, maybe if I put together this plan and bring out some trinkets of black people to Atlanta, but to be mindful, the majority of the folks who were at that Atlanta gathering today weren't from Atlanta, they flew in from other places, then maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to show to good meaning white people who otherwise would not, be fervent supporters of his, that I'm trying to do something. Be mindful. He could have done this months ago. He could have done this years ago. If he wanted to actually implement these plans, he could have done it. He knew that the PPP loans, the way they were designed, they were not meant to help black businesses.
But I want to go through this because, again, I'm looking here and I'm just laughing, Bill, because he says grow minority-owned businesses with additional tax cuts to stimulate hiring and investment. Bill, have the tax cuts overall for all of America, have they stimulated hiring and investment?
No, the economy actually slowed after the passage of this tax credit. So when you look at the growth of black employment, it was already underway when President Obama was president. And so what you look at is a path that actually slowed, and of course now it collapsed on him. But the Minority Business Development Agency is under his control. He doesn't need Senate or Congress to do some of the things that he mentioned there. Instead, he undermined that agency. He gutted that agency. So for him to now say, oh, but if I get reelected, I'm going to do something different, as if he didn't undermine it before. And the PPP, as I mentioned, he knew that it was failing black businesses. That was directly under the control of the Treasury. He did nothing. It was only when Congress stepped in and reauthorized the additional amount of funds and directed them explicitly to minority-owned businesses that you saw the PPP program respond. He had his first time at that. He whiffed. He totally missed the ball. The more damaging thing, he says, is later in this plan when it comes to black home ownership.
No. Hold on, wait. I'm going to get to that. Hold on. I'm taking it by section. In his plan, he says, encourage onshoring and development of domestic manufacturing to increase supply chain, business development, and employment. Sounds great. Has manufacturing jobs, have they increased or decreased under Trump?
They've decreased, and in key states, Ohio and Michigan, the auto industry has, in fact, stalled and faltered under his control.
So the
steel jobs that he promised,
right,
because of his war that he declared was going to get us back jobs by his reckless use of tariffs, did not, in fact, generate new jobs in that industry. So the track record on that is that this is not materialized. He totally bungled the whole world atmosphere when it came to trade when he attacked the Paris Accord, and instead of using the green economy as a way to leverage the WTO, the World Trade Organization, to actually get us rules that benefit manufacturing, he went in the opposite direction, undermined the whole credibility of all the exercise, and lost jobs under him.
Right. So in his speech, he touted, I'm going to, he lied in his speech. I listened to all of it saying, we brought jobs back home, we've increased manufacturing. That hasn't happened. Now let's go to the education piece here. Federal, state, and local community partnership to close failing schools to replace them with a full school choice and education opportunity to put American parents back in control over their children's future. Well, the reality is you can't And on the federal level, you can't close schools. Those are local decisions. Okay, his school choice plan at a failing charter school in Cleveland, Rob, that had a score of an F, found of K-12, and I said, it's pretty stupid. Announce a plan and charter school. Well, that's how dumb he was. Continue to protect the vital role of HBC.
Stand by.
That's it. It's a line. Don't know what the hell that means. Increase the amount of Pell Grants and allow for vocational employment and second change homecomers. I don't know what the hell that is. Has he increased Pell Grants, Bill?
He did restore access during the summer, but as you heard from President...
Hold on just a second. Stand by. Let me this up. This is buffering a little bit and freezing up. I want to make sure you hear this. We posted the link here so you can watch this. You can watch in its entirety from Roland Martin Unfiltered. So this is Dr. William Spriggs, who was actually an actual economist. He has a PhD in economics. He teaches at Howard University. So he's breaking. We posted the link here so you can watch this. You can watch in its entirety from Roland Martin Unfiltered. So this is Dr. William Spriggs, who was actually an actual economist. He has a PhD in economics. He teaches at Howard University. So he's breaking down Trump's plan. They did the same thing with Biden's plan. Now, I've been breaking down Biden's plan for the past 5 weeks. We did 5 weeks of it. It's broken into 6 parts. And then next week we'll continue. We'll conclude with 6. This is the second time I've been through Biden's plan. I went with May through June 2020 because it came out May 4th, 2020. Okay. Let's go back to this clip here.
Second change homecomers. I don't know what the hell that is. Has he increased Pell Grants, Bill?
He did restore access during the summer, but as you heard from President Kimbrough, the rest of what he's done to students is to undermine the program because he's parents. A letter that Leslie Baskerville has written on behalf of NAFIO in response to this repeated claim that Trump wants to make, that the little bit that got added, and as President Kimbrough pointed out to you, not because Trump asked for it, not because...
Stand by.
He asked for it. But the things he did ask for undermine their parents. The things that made it harder for their parents to get money.
All right, it's buffering here. Okay, so you get the point. Watch the clip its entirety. Revitalizing, restorative, indulgent, essential. Crea's Love Butter Raw Shea Butter Collection. How do we know if our skin products are truly delivering all of the health benefits they should? Crea's Love Butter is a thoughtful combination of hand-selected ingredients designed to enhance the level of your skin's health. Crea's Love Butter is an ideal gift for health-conscious loved ones and is a pleasure to both give and receive. They've harnessed the restorative powers of raw shea butter and infused it with their love and passion for revitalizing skin that you will undoubtedly feel from the first use. Visit their website today, creaslovebutter.com. CREAS, creaslovebutter.com. Put your skin in the game. September is Life Insurance Awareness Month, and Yolanda Spivey at Michael Whitney and Associates wants you to know that this is the best time right now to shop for life insurance. There are many plans available that fit everyone's budget and lifestyle. Right now, due to COVID-19, some companies are not requiring any medical exams to qualify. Leave your loved ones a will and not a bill. Contact Yolanda Spivey today at 1-833-289-2525. That's 1-833-BUY-BLACK, BLAK. Also visit mwhitney.com. That's mwhitney.com. You can email her at life@mwhitney.com and also visit her website, theblackInsuranceNetwork.com, theblackInsuranceNetwork.com. Leave your loved ones a will and not a bill. The books Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville and Brooklyn Softball Adventures are from authors Sidney Carujo, Brooklyn Carujo, and Shanine Dials Carujo. In Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville, readers will join Ivy and Catalina as they tour the small town of Sellville with their grandparents to learn about the world of science. The girls will learn about the structures and functions of the cell. This book provides great analogies that make learning about the cell easy for kids. The book Brooklyn Softball Adventures takes readers on the journey with Brooklyn through her first 2 seasons of playing softball. Through facing adversity, Brooklyn and her teammates build their confidence and learn to love the game. The book encourages children to try new things and never accept defeat. Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville is by Sidney Carujo and Shanine Dials Carujo. And Brooklyn's Softball Adventures is by Brooklyn Carujo and Shanine Dials Carujo. Both books are available right now at Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, BooksAMillion.com, and Target.com.
Just a second. Okay, so watch that clip in its entirety. Lastly, let's go to this story about Donald Trump and his taxes. So New York Times broke this story. Hill.com picked it up also. I posted a couple of articles dealing with this. New York Times has a huge, they have a huge story. They have 2 big stories dealing with this. The main one is dealing with this exhaustive study of Donald Trump's taxes, looking at the 15-year period of time. And he only paid 10 years out of 15 and didn't pay taxes. 1 year he only paid $750. That's the year, his first year in the White House, it looks like. I'm going to pull this up from New York Times. And also MSNBC has a good segment dealing with this. Also, New York Times obtains 2 decades of Trump's tax returns, revealing years of tax avoidance. Okay. So check that out from MSNBC.com. The New York Times obtained President Trump's tax information extending over more than 2 decades. Reporting reveals that Trump paid $750 in federal income taxes the year he won the presidency and paid 0 income taxes in 10 of the previous 15 years. So yeah, we'll try to see if we can get this clip going for you. And I want to look at the article from the Times also. Computer's freezing up on me, so just bear with me here. I have about 50 tabs open. And I did not get the chance to print this article up ahead of time. Now, New York Times also has a article that breaks down 18 revelations from a trove of Trump tax return tax records. 18 revelations from a trove of Trump tax records. Times reporters have obtained decades of tax information the president has hidden from public view. Here are some of the key findings. So they look at, let's see here, the New York Times has obtained tax return data for Donald Trump and his companies that covers more than 2 decades. Donald Trump has long refused to release this information, making him the first president in decades to hide basic details about his finances. His refusal has made his tax returns among the most sought-after documents in recent memory. So he was like the first president in 40 years not to reveal his tax returns. And people suspect why. There's also suspicion that he's involved in money laundering as well. Okay, so let's look at this briefly here. So one, Donald Trump paid no federal income taxes in 11 of 18 years that the Times examined. In 2017, after he became president, his tax bill was only $750. Two, Trump has reduced his tax bill with questionable measures, including a $72.9 million tax refund that is the subject of an audit by the Internal Revenue Service. Okay, that's being audited. All right, now the other years he could release, but even if he's under audit, you can still release it under audit. That doesn't impact the audit. You can still release it. Okay. All right, so when he keeps saying he can't release it because he's under audit, you can release the years that are not under audit, but just because you're under audit does not mean you can't release it. Also, it's important to note, because of Richard Nixon, about 1973, Richard Nixon, when Richard Nixon famously said, "I am not a crook," that was not dealing with Watergate. That was dealing with his taxes. Owed an additional something like $470,000, $450,000 in taxes. Because of that, and then also because of Richard Nixon's Vice President Spiro T. Agnew. Spiro T. Agnew resigned from office 8 months before Richard Nixon because Spiro T. Agnew was hit with tax evasion charges and corruption charges. So he resigned from office. And then Gerald Ford became Nixon's vice president. Okay, so when Nixon resigns from office, when he actually leaves office August 9th, 1974, Gerald Ford becomes vice president. Because of Spiro T. Agnew and Richard Nixon and their problems with taxes, there was a change to the IRS tax code. So the sitting president and vice president, their taxes are automatically audited by the IRS because of what happened with Spiro T. Agnew and Richard Nixon. CNN.com is a really good article dealing with this history behind this, and that's part of IRS tax code. Okay, so if we look at, if we go back and look at this here, so number 4, many of his signatures, including many of his signature businesses, including his golf courses, report losing large amounts of money, losses that have helped him to lower his taxes. 5, the financial pressure on him is increasing as hundreds of millions of dollars in loans he personally guaranteed are soon coming due. Okay, then there's this whole thing with Deutsche Bank. Now, you've heard me talk about Deutsche Bank before, and we found out that Jared Kushner has a $285 million loan with Deutsche Bank that we did not know about before Jared Kushner went to work in the White House as a senior advisor. And then also, Deutsche Bank was the only bank that would loan Donald Trump money. Now, Deutsche Bank had to pay a $600 million fine to the federal government because they got caught laundering about $10 billion in money from Russia. Okay, go research this, Deutsche Bank. Now, when Preet Bharara, who was the U.S. attorney from Manhattan, I think he was from the U.S. attorney from Manhattan, if I remember correctly, when Preet Bharara was fired as U.S. attorney, so Donald Trump, one day he fires all the remaining U.S. attorneys. He asked Preet Bharara to stay on. Preet Bharara met with Trump in late 2016, and he was asked to stay on. It was during the transition. He was asked to stay on as U.S. attorney there in Manhattan, so he agreed to stay on. Trump fires the remaining attorney generals, including Preet Bharara. That firing took place on a Friday. 2 days before that, on a Wednesday, there were news stories how watchdog groups had asked Preet Bharara to investigate. It was some type of suspected corruption or some type of financial matter dealing with Trump. I forgot exactly what it was. But one of the things Preet Bharara was investigating, it came out after he was fired, was he was looking at possible charges against Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank is the bank that Trump owes a lot of money to. Okay? So you got to connect the dots on this. All right, so the financial pressure on Trump is increasing as hundreds of millions of dollars in loans he personally guaranteed are soon coming due. Next, even while declaring losses, he has managed to enjoy a lavish lifestyle by taking tax deductions on what most people would consider personal expenses, including residences, aircraft, and $70,000 in hairstyling for television when he was on The Apprentice. Okay, his bill for his hair care, paying for hairstylists, was $70,000 in total, not a year, but in total. Next, Ivanka Trump, while working as an employee of the Trump Organization, appears to have received consulting fees that also helped reduce the family's tax bill. Consulting fees. Next, as president, Trump has received more money from foreign sources and U.S. interest groups than previously known. The records do not reveal any previously unreported connections to Russia, okay, so far. So you can read the rest of this. 18 revelations from a trove of tax records. You have that, and then you have the monumental reporting from the New York Times dealing with long concealed records show Trump's chronic losses and years of tax avoidance. That's the huge article. It printed out about 47 pages. On MSNBC, they talked about how they printed it out. It's about 47 pages. I haven't printed it out yet. I'll probably take it to the printer and get this printed out. I don't want to print out 47 pages at home. But this is extensive. Okay? The New York Times write-offs, an audit battle, and hundreds of millions of dollars in debt coming due. Now, there's a synopsis of this article from TheAHNShow that I posted also, and we'll go to that here in just a minute. How's everybody doing? Everybody share this broadcast on your social media platforms. Follow us on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and our YouTube channel, Michael M. Hotep, IMHOTEP. Let's look at the reporting here from TheHill.com for a synopsis, because New York Times, it requires a subscription to read the articles from New York Times. I think they allow you 4 free articles and you have to pay a subscription. I have a monthly subscription to the New York Times and Washington Post, so I read them every day. So Donald Trump paid. So we look at the reporting from TheHill.com. Their articles entitled "Trump Didn't Pay Income Tax for 10 of 15 Years Before 2016 Election," as reported by the New York Times. Donald Trump paid no income taxes for 10 of the 15 years before he was elected president, and just $750 a year in 2016 and 2017, according to the New York Times, which obtained the president's tax information for the last 20 years. The Times found that Trump faces hundreds of millions of dollars in debt and struggling Trump Organization properties, and that he has taken advantage of a number of write-offs to avoid paying taxes. In a statement to the New York Times, Trump Organization lawyer Alan Garten, Garten, Alec Garten, said that, quote, "most if not all of the facts appear to be inaccurate," and reportedly took issue with the amount of taxes the Times reported that Trump has paid. Okay, so they took issue. So he took issue with the amount of taxes Trump has paid also. Quote, "over the past decade, President Trump has paid tens of millions of dollars in personal taxes to the federal government, even though Trump won't provide any evidence of taxes." Now, he provided the financial statement, but the financial statement doesn't show the losses that he's taken and the losses he's claiming on his taxes, including paying millions in personal taxes since announcing his candidacy in 2015. Alan Garten said, a lawyer for the Trump administration. Hold on just a second here. I'm trying to cue up this clip here. So Trump himself also denied the New York Times reporting during a press conference on Sunday, September 27th, calling the story, quote unquote, totally fake news, okay, as he usually says, okay. Now, it's very simple. He can release his taxes. He doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want to see losses. I think he doesn't want people to see where money's coming from also. The IRS does not treat me well, he said. They treat me like the Tea Party. He continued referring to claims from GOP figures that the IRS targeted GOP-leaning groups during the Obama administration. The bombshell New York Times article revealed that Donald Trump faces payments on more than $300 million in loans that will come due in the next few years. And while revenue for his time hosting The Apprentice on NBC has mostly dried up, he has largely sold his stock portfolio. Trump reportedly made hundreds of millions of dollars from his work and related licensing on The Apprentice over the years, which was apparently invested back into Trump Organization businesses. But the New York Times analysis of Trump's finances finds those businesses have continued to lose millions of dollars, resulting in Trump avoiding payments on income taxes while earning millions from The Apprentice due to losses at other businesses. I told you, he's not a successful businessman. He's a fraud. Okay, he played a successful businessman on TV. The New York Times analysis of Trump's finances finds those businesses have continued to lose millions of dollars, resulting in Trump avoiding payments on income taxes while earning millions from The Apprentice due to losses at other businesses. Read my lips, I am not a crook. Now, the New York Times reports that Trump's tax records show $47.4 million in losses in 2018. $47.4 million in losses in 2018. Despite Trump announcing in a financial disclosure statement that he made at least $434 million in 2018. Okay, so on his taxes he claimed $47 million in losses, but in a financial disclosure statement he claimed. Despite announcing at least $434 million in 2018 in a financial disclosure statement. Other details revealed by the New York Times include that the Miss Universe pageant was most profitable under Trump and generated $2.3 million for he as a co-owner of the pageant. Trump Organization tax records also show, according to the New York Times, that between 2010 and 2018, the Trump Organization wrote off around $26 million in unexplained consulting fees. Between 2010 and 2018, the Trump Organization wrote off around $26 million in unexplained consulting fees. The consulting fees claimed as tax deductions for hotel projects in Vancouver, Canada, and Hawaii matched the payments Ivanka Trump reported more than $747,000 from a consulting company she co-owned, according to the New York Times. Also revealed in Sunday's report was the partial scope of Trump's overseas dealings, long a target of government ethics organizations due to concerns that foreign investors could seek to curry favor with Donald Trump through his businesses. Okay? This is one of the concerns, that pressure is being put on him by foreign investors that he owes money to. At least $73 million was made abroad by the Trump Organization during the first half of Trump's term, according to documents. The New York Times reports that while Donald Trump paid just $750 in income taxes in the U.S. in 2017, Donald Trump or his companies paid more in other countries, including $15,598 in Panama, 145,000 in India, 156,000 in the Philippines. Okay, but according to the reporting from the New York Times, he paid $750 in income taxes in the U.S. in 2017. Now, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Richard Neal, Democrat from Massachusetts, whose panel has been fighting for years to obtain Donald Trump's tax returns, said in a statement that Trump, quote, Trump gained, G-A-M-E-D, gained the tax code to his advantage and used legal fights to delay or avoid paying what he owes, end quote. Today's report underscores the importance of the Ways and Means Committee ongoing lawsuit to access Mr. Trump's tax returns and ensure the presidential audit program is functioning effectively without improper influence, he said. Okay. Okay, you can read the rest of this article here. This is from TheHill.com. This is from TheHill.com. And Trump didn't pay income tax for 10 or 15 years before 2016 election, New York Times. This is, you can read this for free. You don't have to have a subscription to TheHill.com to read their articles. It gives a good synopsis of the reporting from the New York Times. All right, now I want to go to this clip here. This is from MSNBC. How's everybody doing? Ellen, Cheryl, who else we have? Gail on Facebook. Just a few of the people watching this. Ann. Okay, so everybody share this broadcast on your social media platforms. And we have some trolls also. I've got trolls in different area codes as well. So, you know, trolls come on because they have nothing better to do. I guess they live lonely lives. That's what it is. Let's go to this clip here from MSNBC. New York Times obtains 2 decades of Trump's tax returns, revealing years of tax avoidance. Monica Alba reports for NBC News.
Monica, tell me, what are you hearing from Team Trump?
Well, this is so significant for several reasons, Alicia. And the first thing we should point is that, of course, NBC hasn't independently reviewed these documents and the New York Times hasn't published them for us to see. But the subject of the president's tax returns has been something we've been talking about for years, since then candidate Trump promised to release them. And of course, he never did. He continually would say each year during the administration that they were under audit. That's something he continued to claim today in this press briefing. And so often when the president is brought something he really deems unfair, he simply decries it as fake news. He dismissed the story completely as totally fake, in his words. And if past is any indication, that's something usually the president does as a knee-jerk reaction, when really it's something that really gets on his skin and upsets him. And we know the issue of tax returns is something like that, because for years Democrats have been pushing. And of course, there were those 2 cases before the Supreme Court just last month that dealt with the president's tax returns. One that really was on the Hill, and one that is the subject of investigation in New York. And neither and ultimately resulted with us getting our hands on those tax returns, and certainly no indication that will happen before the election, but continues to be critical. And yes, the New York Times has said this is just the first of several reports. But I think there, if you saw the president, he missed it. That's a good preview of what's going to continue to say. But that entire news conference was so unusual for a lot of reasons, Alicia. First of all, he's currently right now supposed to be meeting behind closed doors with Gold Star families along with the First Lady. Instead, he was doing this freewheeling news conference with former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and his personal attorney Rudy Giuliani. This was added to the schedule very late in the day, but before this major New York Times story broke. It's possible, of course, the White House had a heads up it was coming when they were asked for comment, so they wanted to get out and respond. But he didn't bring it up. So he went on a major period of topics, from railings to his opponent, former Vice President Joe Biden, talking about tremendous enthusiasm at his own rallies, and going on and talking also about the nomination of Judge Amy Coney Barrett. It was only when a reporter in the question and answer section brought up the New York Times report that the president dismissed it. But this is not something he's going to be able to brush aside, Alicia, as many people will continue to ask him questions, and you can bet it will come up in that first general election debate on Tuesday night in Cleveland.
Okay, so that was MSNBC. Check out that clip. New York Times obtains 2 decades of Trump's tax return.
Okay, so that was MSNBC. Check out that clip. New York Times obtains 2 decades of Trump's tax returns, revealing years of tax avoidance. There were other clips. That was one dealing with the press conference that Trump gave on Sunday, where he was asked about the tax returns and trying to play it down as he did coronavirus, trying to play down the severity of coronavirus, things like that. Okay, and let's see here. Okay. Also, if you want to advertise with the African History Network, email us at customerservice@africanhistorynetwork.com. Customerservice@africanhistorynetwork.com. Current promotion for 1 or 2 more days is about 1 month get 2 months free. We have some new advertisers, and you'll see them featured here on our show. Also, Crea's Love Butter Raw Shea Butter Collection revitalizes, restores. It's indulgent and essential. Okay, Crea's Love Butter is an ideal gift for health conscious loved ones and is a pleasure to both give and receive. They've harnessed the restorative powers of raw shea butter and infused it with their love and passion for revitalizing skin that you will undoubtedly feel from the first use. Visit their website, creaslovebutter.com, CREAS, creaslovebutter.com. Put your skin in the game. Tech Core 2 has their Saturday classes for students. Classes started Saturday, September 26, 2020. It's not too late to sign up. Tech Core 2 offers 9 different tech classes for students in grades kindergarten through high school, including computer programming, coding, gaming, hip-hop, and STEM and video production. Visit techcore2.org, TECH, techcore2.org, and use promo code TAHN Fall 2020, TAHN Fall 2020 for $10 off. Okay, techcore2.org. All right, let me see here. I'm trying to see if there's one more clip here we can pull up. Just a second here. There was we looked at that. Also read the article from blackpressusa.com, blackpressusa.com. Joe Biden's plan for empowering Black America. You know, we've been talking about that the previous 5 weeks, so you can check that out. And we'll continue with part 6 on next week's show. Okay, you can go and watch our archive shows and the segments on our YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP, and also on Facebook, The African History Network, The African History Network on Facebook as well. Okay. And I'm trying to see if I can find any more clips dealing with this here. All right, that's all. Okay, that's all I see for now. All right. If you like this type of information, also you can donate to the African History Network. $, the AHN Show through Cash App. $, the AHN Show through Cash App. And then also through PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN Show. PayPal.me/the AHN Show. Through PayPal as well. Let me try one more thing here, because these other clips are not populating on MSNBC's website the way they should populate. All right, and let's see who else we have here. Okay, we have Linda, Leah. How you doing, Leah? Leah said Wakanda the vote. Right, that was a campaign that came out around the time the movie Black Panther came out. Hashtag Wakanda the vote. Google that. Wakanda the vote. Do you have a PayPal account? Send a donation. Patricia asked. Yeah, paypal.me/the AHN Show. paypal.me/AHN show, or the PayPal, the email address associated with a PayPal account is TheAHNShow@gmail.com. TheAHNShow@gmail.com. Okay, and you can send it there. And then also, if you want to send a donation through PayPal, you can also send it using the friends and family option as well. If you can send it using the friends and family option, that's really good. Okay, I'm not sure why these other clips here are not populating. Dealing with Trump and his taxes from MSNBC, but we'll continue. We'll continue this discussion some next week. Let me try one other thing here. Okay. All right. Well, that's going to do it for us. All right. So follow us on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network. Follow me on my YouTube channel, Michael M. Hotep, IMHOTEP. We'll deal with some of these other topics next week. We're here every Sunday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We go over because normally, before COVID-19, I would broadcast from the studios at 9, 10 a.m. the Superstation, but because of COVID Day, I was broadcasting from home. And then I'm doing some more broadcasts throughout the week. So when you follow us here, be sure to turn on live notifications so you know when we go live here on Facebook and on YouTube at Michael M. Hotep, IMHOTEP on YouTube. Also read this article from National Public Radio, How the Pandemic is Widening the Racial Wealth Gap. We'll deal with that on next week's show. How the pandemic is widening the racial wealth gap. Okay? So remember, at the African History Network, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right now it corrects wrong behavior. What you do for yourself, what you do to yourself, and what you allow other people to do to you and get away with is based upon what you think about yourself. What you think about yourself is based upon what you have been taught about yourself. What you've been taught about yourself is based upon everything you've read, heard, and seen about yourself. Remember, right now it corrects wrong behavior. It's not over till we win. Wakanda forever. And we'll talk to you next week. Peace.
The books Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville and Brooklyn Softball Adventures are from authors Sidney Carujo, Brooklyn Carujo, and Shanine Diles Carujo. In Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville, readers will join Ivy and Catalina as they tour the small town of Sellville with their grandparents to learn about the world of science. The girls will learn about the structures and functions of the cell. This book provides great analogies that make learning about the cell easy for kids. The book Brooklyn Softball Adventures takes readers on the journey with Brooklyn through her first 2 seasons of playing softball. Through facing adversity, Brooklyn and her teammates build their confidence and learn to love the game. The book encourages children to try new things and never accept defeat. Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville is by Sidney Carujo and Shanine Diles Carujo. And Brooklyn's Softball Adventures is by Brooklyn Carujo and Shanine Diles Carujo. Both books are available right now at Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, BooksAMillion.com, and Target.com. Revitalizing, restorative, indulgent, essential. Crea's Love Butter Raw Shea Butter Collection. How do we know if our skin products are truly delivering all of the health benefits they should? Crea's Love Butter is a thoughtful combination of hand-selected ingredients designed to enhance the level of your skin's health. Crea's Love Butter is an ideal gift for health-conscious loved ones and is a pleasure to both give and receive. They've harnessed the restorative powers of raw shea butter and infused it with their love and passion for revitalizing skin that you will undoubtedly feel from the first use. Visit their website today, creaslovebutter.com. CREAS, creaslovebutter.com. Put your skin in the game. Yaya Rule is a line of African print-inspired apparel catered to the black community. The pieces include t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, jackets, dresses, skirts, activewear, bags, and other accessories and home decor. This brand offers a revived way for men and women to wear their black pride and honor their African heritage anywhere at any time. This apparel line is for anyone, whether you are working in the corporate world, are an entrepreneur, or an artist. Their selection will allow you to casually let your pride shine or dress it up as wanted. It is for those who have already embraced African fabrics and for those who are just getting introduced to them. Reclaim and experience a part of our culture with rich and colorful African prints. The clothing line and the accessories are available right now starting at $17.99. For more information on the new items and accessories, visit YaYaRule.com.